we are generally poised to create wealth, preserve wealth, and transform. Now, this is one initiative that we're desirous of partnering, amongst others that we've done in several spheres, in several organizations. We partnered with the Nigerian Youth Service Corps in empowering young graduates who have just graduated. We partnered in other schemes concerning development of businesses. Now, we've seen this initiative with CVL, right? And we've said, look, this brainchild of Professor Patutomi, we are interested in partnering. What it does is to show that even beyond government's intervention, private entities can support empowering our young youths. So we feel this is something that it is into our vision of growing businesses, transform them into entrepreneurs, and ensure that those businesses that have been grown and the values derived from it are transferred beyond this current generation.
Well, I think the message that we send out from here is that we can change the world. Many years ago, Margaret Mead made that powerful statement that we should not underestimate what thoughtful individuals can do to change the world. Because indeed, it's the only thing that really has changed the world. A few thoughtful individuals. We're hoping that the work that we do with you will change our world. Why don't you be one of those few? It can be changed in Nigeria writ large. There can be a better world. Rid of the violence of those who are angry with the system that has left them behind.
Watch out for the next edition of CVL Young Entrepreneurship Training Program. We may hit your community soon. For enquiries and more information, visit www.cvl.com.ng.
Economic miracles occur once every few decades. During the 1970s and 1980s, Hong Kong, South Korea, Singapore, and Taiwan burst upon the scene with a force that surprised even the most optimistic. The Asian tigers, as they were then known, moved from poverty to relative prosperity on a platform of export-led growth, powered by rapid industrialization, hinged on light manufacturing and foreign direct investments, especially from transnational corporations.
Oh, sorry.
Since the 2000s, no nation or group of countries have achieved such phenomenal and rapid transformation as the Southeast Asian economies. There's a strong sentiment, though, that it's time for another miracle, and all eyes are on Africa.
My friend Pat Toby said something more cynical than I am. He said, I don't know whether you remember. He said, you see two Nigerians talking. One man said, oh boy, our governor has done 50 kilometers of road in the last 4 years. His friend will say, 50 kilometers, where we see 10 kilometers. So, the comparison, but people are showing all the work they are doing, all the structure. And I say, these guys don't understand what democracy is. Because if democracy were just about highways and buildings and so on, and guess what? If you happen to come from villages, as you are driving in Nigeria, you notice that all the beautiful primary schools are by the roadside. Even when they decide to repaint them, so when you are driving past, wow, this state, come and see how governor they work. until you enter inside and discover the school inside have nothing. But the point I'm making is I'm not against infrastructure. We have done, and we commend those who are giving us infrastructure. But for me, the most important infrastructure is the infrastructure of the brain.
The right to human dignity first is itself an inalienable right. It is not given, it's not a gift. It is a birthright of sorts. And we're entitled to it because we are born, because we exist. The recognition of this right is by itself self-affirming. In other words, it is a rationale for our being superior to animals. It's the very reason why we're superior to animals, the dignity of the human being. And that's why societies that are considered civilized, whenever a society is considered civilized, is in some senses an affirmation of its movement away from the animal state or from the animal kingdom. And societies that are considered not so civilized just indicates that they are closer to the animal state. So the reality is that human dignity is what makes us different from animals. Human dignity is what separates us. But extreme poverty is the most poignant indicator of the absence of human dignity. Extreme poverty, and I'm sure that most of us have either experienced it or seen it firsthand.
We say, I beg you now, if COVID-19, that put in the day, if nobody say COVID-19, no day. But if you behave properly, by the grace of God, you will come out.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. By my time, it's 10 a.m. I don't know why you're all looking at your watches. I didn't say the time is 10 a.m. I said by my time, it is 10 a.m. So maybe my watch is not correct. In the time zone where you've come from, what's the time over there? Say that again? It's 10 o'clock, so his time zone agrees with mine. You've come from Liberia, so what's the time zone there? It's 10 a.m., correct. So, welcome to the 2023 edition of the Center for Values in Leadership annual lecture to commemorate the birthday of Professor Pat Utomi. Annually, we gather to x-ray a topical issue that affects us as a people, as a nation, as a country, and sometimes as a continent. This year is not any different. We're x-raying an all-important topic of insecurity, which is affecting all of us. But I can assure you that this hall is the safest place in Nigeria today. We have a former Chief of Naval Staff. We have a former Chief of Army Staff. We have a former Inspector General of Police. So you don't have any reason to be afraid or look behind you if you hear any sound or applause. So please put your hands together for the men who were once in charge of the security architecture of Nigeria. And now that's not the end. We went all the way to the United States of America to also bring a US Army general. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for America. We begin the program by me asking you to please put your phones on silent or on vibrate mode. Can we all please take a moment to do that now? I particularly would like to appeal to those of us who use expensive phones like iPhone 15, 16, 17, or 18. Or if you use a Samsung Z Fold or what have you, please put your phones on silent. Now, if you use Oppo or Infinix or Xiaomi, off your phone. Just switch off your phone completely. We don't want those kind of phones to ring in this hall. Techno, switch it off. Yes, please. Our phones are off or on silent or vibrate mode. Shall we now please rise for the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? It's going to be rendered by one of the best voices that many of us may ever hear, and it is by Ibukun. Now, when the national anthem begins, as a mark of respect for our country, there should be no movement. Ushers, please take notes. You might want to close the doors. Except a photographer or a video man, please stop all forms of movement. We have to respect national anthem. Ushers, please take notes. National anthem, please.
Nigeria's call obey to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and mind, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity. Oh God of creation, direct our noble cause, guide our leaders right, help our youth the truth to know, in love and honesty to grow, and live in justice and truth. Great love tears us in to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign.
Thank you. You may please take your seats. I'd like to take a moment to recognize some distinguished persons in our midst, and recognitions will continue in the course of the event. First, I'd like to recognize the birthday boy from whom we all gather every year. Please put your hands together for Professor Pat Utomi. Next to him, as always, is the chairperson of the CVL. Please put your hands together again for Professor Ifeoma Utomi. Our chairman for today is a former Chief of Army Staff, his General Alexander Ogomudia. Please put your hands together for him. We also have with us the former Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Dele Ezeoba. Please put your hands together for him. We also have the former Inspector General of Police, MD Abubakar. Please put your hands together for him. We also have Major General Henry Ayola. Please put your hands together for him. And our guest speaker all the way from the United States is Colonel Albert V. Schultz. Please put your hands together for him. For welcome remarks, I'd like to invite Professor Pat Utomi, the birthday boy. After him, Professor Ifeoma Utomi will speak. Prof, please come up now. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I wish to welcome you all today to this event, the 20th Annual Lecture and Leadership Symposium of the Center for Values in Leadership, CVL. The theme has been mentioned: insecurity, state legitimacy, and human progress in Nigeria. So I wish to warmly welcome all of you, our wonderful guests, participants, both at home and abroad. And of course, the back office crew who have made this Talk Fest to be perhaps the foremost lecture series on the talk calendar in Nigeria. Last year, we all saw the great escape from COVID-19 pandemic. And not-for-profit organizations like ours struggled quite a bit. But even with that, we were able to provide great service to help people cope with the challenges and the fallout from the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, part of the problem or trouble of 2022 was insecurity. It is therefore no surprise that the CVL team chose that as the theme for this annual lecture. Until 4 days ago or so, the former president of Nigeria, Dr. Goodluck Jonathan, was supposed to be the chairman at this event to help guide from the vantage point of his experience as commander-in-chief when the conditions of insecurity in Nigeria became politicized and weaponized. However, changes in his itinerary has caused a change in our course today. Now, for this lecture series and symposium, we have quite a large number of subtopics which will titillate you, and then we have a wide range of eminent and prestigious speakers, from policing and security to be addressed by the former Inspector General of Police, MD Abubakar, energy security by NLNG, Managing Director, Dr. Philip, and I'm laughing, he knows why I'm laughing, Dr. Philip Shelbila, I hope I got the name right, and then maritime security by Dr. Bashir Jamu. We have other speakers on the panel of discussants, which include General Henry Ayola, the diaspora police person, Mrs. Olivia Diopara, and of course we have right here also, we have the former Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Dele Ezoba, and also we have the MPA Managing Director, Dr. Abubakar Bello Koko, to be able to give us insights and pep to this conversation today. So I want to welcome in a special way all our speakers, and of course we have our keynote speaker who came in all the way from the United States of America, Dr. Colonel Albert Short, right here with us. Give him a round of applause, please. Thank you. And of course, we have very young people here. We have students here. I welcome you all to this event. So I trust that with the strong panel we have of speakers, discussants, and panelists, we're going to have robust conversation today. And I trust that their insights will help Nigeria and us as a people to better navigate the poisoned waters of the state of insecurity in Nigeria. So on that note, I wish to still say welcome and happy deliberations to us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Utomi. I'll now also invite Professor Utomi. So we're moving from one Professor Utomi to another Professor Utomi. Please put your hands together for Professor Utomi Male.
Very, very distinguished guests, dear friends, and the future of Nigeria are young people who we always make sure we have present at these lecture series, because the big challenge before us is really, as a generation, to make our shoulders available for the next to be able to stand on so they can see tomorrow more clearly. Let me begin by apologizing that we have started a little behind schedule, but this is a season. In fact, as most of you who have come to this lecture traditionally will probably observe, it used to be that by 9:45, the hall was full to overflowing. But I remember a couple of years ago, the dean of the Lagos Business School called me as she was on her way here, and says several people have called her to turn back because everywhere was blocked around Muson here. But this is and some of the challenges that we have gone through during the COVID season. I want, however, to, in my remarks of welcome, say a thing or two about why this subject is so important. We speak often fairly glibly about the challenge of insecurity in Nigeria. I arrived here a little behind because I have come from a meeting of the Labour Party candidate, Peter Obi, and the Nigerian Economic Summit Group. As most of you noted, I came in here with him. He left to go and do an interview with the CNN crew out there, and is probably heading out because he's going to be campaigning in Kwara today. A few days ago, I was in his company in a helicopter, and we were flying through areas close to where Philip comes from. We have spent quite a bit of time traveling Adamawa, Borno, Gombe, as many parts of the country. As he said this morning at the other meeting that we have both come from, in Borno, in Maiduguri, he was advised not to make any effort to go towards southern Borno. He was told it was, even security people told him, no way, you shouldn't go there and all of that. And then we flew into Gombe, and he said, we are going to go to Biu. And we got on a helicopter, and I was trying to be the most calm man in the helicopter, but I just kept thinking, if one of these people just shoot something at this helicopter, this will be not a very interesting story. But we went in, landed safely. In fact, the biggest problem turned out to be the rush of people towards the helicopter. We had to make a dramatic escape to go to our town hall meeting in town, and very happy people who wanted to be free of insecurity welcomed us. The big story was not insecurity. The big story was the helicopter pilots. The helicopter pilots, after we left, had a surge of people still around the helicopter. So to get away, they had to take off and land inside the stadium. They hoped that nobody could come inside the stadium, but the people broke through and charged into the stadium. They had to take off again. In the end, they had to just stay in the air. And by the time we were ready, they were almost out of fuel. And so the next big drama was to have just about enough fuel to get us into Gombe. And no more fuel to go back to Abuja for the poor helicopter crew. So the helicopter had to be left in Gombe, and the pilots returned with us in the jet aircraft to Abuja to go and look for fuel and come back the next day to get the helicopter. Leitmotif of sorts, but it tells of how this central issue in our life today, the issue of security, has come to be viewed. It is not possible to develop an economy if there isn't peace, if there isn't security. Because confidence is critical to how people can plan, execute for progress to take place. I'm not going to talk about insecurity or security, the challenge it brings to state legitimacy. I mean, all of us know, for example, that our president went to Kano a few days ago and they pelted his helicopter in Kano. He had similar experience in his home state of Katsina. Those affect the legitimacy of the state, and economic performance is hurt by all of this, creating this vicious circle that we have to overcome. But I'm not going to, as I said, speak to that subject because the experts are here to throw light on the subject, and I am going to have the privilege of actually moderating a panel on the subject during the course of conversations this morning. I want to take advantage of the privilege of being at this podium to draw attention to a cause or two that I'm associated with. Years ago, CVL started an initiative to draw attention to the inferior education that the poorest of the poor get, and the consequences for their dignity as human persons and for possibilities for our country. At the time, we thought that it was possible, and we believe that it is possible, to create schools that would service the poorest of the poor for free with the same quality of education as the wealthiest give to their own children. There were several models that we worked around to try and make this happen. Then we settled for a certain model that would enable us to have these schools. We chose two places to start with: Ikorodu in suburban Lagos and Ibuza in Delta State, and sought to get land to build schools, but to have a partnership because of sustainability with some local organization that would be able to continue the school, working on the kind of curriculum would have helped them develop in the facilities that will help them develop. In Ibuza, we partnered with a church, and the school is being built inside a church called St. Monica's. And we have reached out to friends to help contribute to the building of what we want to be significantly state-of-the-art in a place that the beneficiaries will be clearly the children of the poorest. The rich can come there and pay a fee, but the poorest would go to school there free of any charge. And the nuns started operating the school in Ibuzo even before our building was off the foundation. I want to take advantage of this to say, I think I deserve a birthday present. And the birthday present I'd like would be committing to help him build these schools. I know there are friends of mine that have deep pockets, like a red cap chief sitting in front of me, and corporate titans who can probably sign checks that will make that happen. But there's a second course that I have just adopted. You know, as I travel around with Mr. Peter Obi, we are often, you know, he likes statistics. So he likes to read statistics of maternal mortality at childbirth, infant mortality, and all of those. And I've just been privileged to meet a group of Reverend sisters whose congregation are audacious about trying to build facilities with diagnostic centers that can dramatically help us reduce those frightening statistics that we experience. And so what I'd like to do is ask one of the sisters to please come up here for a second. Sister, any of you who's coming up? And say a thing or two about what they are trying to accomplish, where, how, and see how we can attract support to what they are doing.
Good morning. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We are the Sisters of the Medical Missionaries of Mary. I have my 3 sisters over there, and we are an international congregation founded by an Irish woman here in Nigeria on 4th April 1937. And we are in 12 countries in the world and in 9 states in Nigeria. We're in 9 states, having 13 communities. Our main charism is healing ministry. We go to where human needs are greatest. For example, at the moment, we're in Fuka and we heard of what happened to Father Achi that was murdered a few weeks ago. Our community is there, our sisters are there with local people. Those are the kind of places that we walk. And in the course of our work, we have seen the suffering that people are going through. We try our best to ensure that the few women that we're able to reach and children reach their full potentials and enjoy a bit of health well-being. We do home-based care, family planning, and so on. And if we can remember some time back, we have Dr. McSweeney with us that did family planning. Dr. McSweeney, we have Deodra Toomey of blessed memory. Dr. McSweeney has passed away 3 years ago in Ireland, and we have run some hospitals in the past, for those that will know that, in the East, St. Luke Hospital, Anua in Uyo, and some in Afikpo, Mata Hospital, My 4 Hospital in Abakaliki, and we've handed over Obudu, Monaya Hospital in Ogoja, and so many others. And we have come today under the very gracious guidance of the celebration of Professor Pat Utomi to seek your support for the expansion of our Abuja Health Facility. We say a very happy birthday to you, Prof. Thank you very much. And as we know, Nigeria has one of the highest infant mortality rates in the world. And we overlook India in the total number of infant mortality rates in 2019. UNICEF estimated that Nigeria, with a population of 200 million, recorded an average of 858,000 under 5 deaths in 2019 against Indian population of 1.4 billion.
She sounded like Peter Obi.
Of 824,000 deaths. You can compare that. It's
I
quite
can
a
verify it also.
yes. Can Google it. And Nigerian maternal mortality is not spared. The rate of 576 per 100 live births. Nigeria is the fourth highest on earth as of 2022. So our vision is to raise 10 million euros to help us establish a comprehensive diagnostic center in partnership with ISN and a 70-bedded maternity hospital that will take care of maternal health and child health and will take care of the poor. We know that to be poor does not mean you don't have rights to quality health care. And also, some of us here that have a bit in our pocket, we know what it takes. If you want to go to overseas for some of these diagnoses, it is atrocious. So we are hoping that if we get this, and being in Abuja, we'll be able to attend to the poor, attend to the rich, and attend to everyone. And at the end of the day, everyone will be happy. So as part of the diagnostic center, we aim to acquire a PET scan machine and provide full-fledged oncology for children, especially, who will have otherwise referred to more expensive and often unaffordable health outfits. In addition, we have secured the backing of our beloved Cardinal John Onaikan, who incidentally launched the existing site 6 years ago. And he has given us his support, and I believe you also give us your support. So we are appealing that in order to get involved, please, you can humbly contact our prof and Professor Pat Utomi, myself, Sister Dumka, and Mr. Peter Ocheja. He's right behind there. And please ask us if we can give us a little docket to go run as the birthday is going around. We're going to pass on a little docket for a bit of commitment. And also to make your donations, they are in the docket. Thank you so much, Prof. This is all we have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I want to thank Sister Duka and to really extend our gratitude to them for what they do for our country. I hope that we can support both of these causes generously. They both target the same problem: poverty and the dignity of the human person. I will now yield to the conversation around security, which also does grievous damage to the possibility of escaping poverty. The inflation that we are dealing with today, significantly because people can't go to their farms because of insecurity. And so I want to thank you all for coming, and we wish us very, very fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Patatomi. The next item is the keynote speech, but just before I invite the speaker, I'd like to take a moment to recognize a few persons. First, I stand corrected. General Alexander Ogomudia is a former Chief of Defense Staff. I'd like to recognize the presence of the MD and CEO of Nigeria Liquefied Natural Gas, Dr. Philip Michel Bila. Please stand to be recognized. Please put your hands together for him. We also have one of our co-speakers, Professor Murtala Sabo Sagagi. He's a professor at Dangote Business School, Bayero University, Kano. Please put your hands together for him. We have the Director General of NIMASA, Dr. Bashir Jamal, who will be speaking on maritime security. Please put your hands together for him. Your seat is in front, sir, if you please like to oblige us. You're not to be where you're seated. You have a seat reserved for you in front. Thank you. A goldfish has no hiding place. Okay, I'd now like to invite Colonel Albert V. Shorts. Albert Very Shorts. Is that the meaning of the V in your name? All right, please stand as I take your profile. All right. Colonel Shorts is currently the managing partner at Global Resources Network and Consortia for Educational Engagement International. GRN and CEE are headquartered in Washington, D.C. area, and they facilitate global operations, marketing, and networking. They build and sustain effective business relations globally in two main areas: security services and related products. Both firms collaborate with an extensive network of partners and affiliates all over the world. These include public and private sector organizations such as profit, small and large firms. The GRN partners have more than 100 years experience in initiating and implementing complex geographically dispersed projects and programs. He's also the founder and president of Short Enterprises International Incorporated and Harmony Ponds. He established an award-winning company which operates in two divisions. Colonel Short served as team lead on an ADB project to increase the effectiveness of regional security planning and cooperation among the smaller Pacific states. He was a one-time US Army attaché in Singapore and defense attaché in Brunei between 1989 and 1992. As a senior US military representative in Singapore and Brunei, Colonel Short was instrumental in expanding US access in these strategic Southeast Asian nations. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the tall Colonel Short.
Thank you for that kind introduction. And it's a real pleasure to join the Institute, and I note that you have a 20-year history of excellence, and that's outlined in the program. But you know, an institution is simply an institution. It's the leadership of that institution, and Patrick's leadership over 20 years, I think that you have to recognize, and we will recognize with the birthday a little later. And all I can say is I passed that number at a high rate of speed a few years ago. But I've worked all over the world, primarily in Asia and Africa. And in each of those countries, you find a few key individuals who are opinion formers and influencers of the direction that the country goes. And Patrick is that sort of individual. And he's had a track record, as you well know, over the years of influencing the direction that this country pursues in its quest for excellence and development. So my congratulations to you on your birthday, but also congratulations on 20 years of service through the Institute. Also, I had the opportunity again to meet with Pat Obey this morning briefly. And I would note, I'm not voting in the election, but a recent survey that was actually conducted by a diaspora organization in the United States showed that he was significantly ahead of the other two candidates. So we'll see what happens the end of this month in that regard. And guiding whoever gets it will guide the country forward. And of course, we'll address or have to address the issues that we're going to talk about today. To start off, Patrick asked me to address insecurity as a national concern. Get the first slide up, there it is. National concern, and it's imperative for development and progress. And he gave me 20 minutes to solve all of your problems. Well, that's kind of mission impossible. So what I hope to do is establish a stage for the follow-on discussions. And they'll address your security challenges in various sectors. And the cast of characters is up here on the wall. So the discussion today is centered around insecurity. That is the current lack of security. And we recognize that its impact is not only on the economy, but it's the population in general and basically the future direction of this great country. So the speakers this morning and the panels this afternoon will focus on specific sectors, such as energy, maritime, food, a whole host of other security issues. What I hope to do is to create a context for that discussion. And when we look at the insecurity and the sectoral issues, you know, you'd hope there'd be one simple solution to all your problems. But there isn't. If there was one simple solution, it would have been done a long time ago. So all of these problems are incredibly complex. They didn't happen in the last week, and there's no one-time quick fix. There's concerted action over a long period of time, and I'll hit on a number of points, one of which is leadership. Leadership, leadership, leadership. Leaders at all levels making the decisions that are necessary to solve and address problems. And when we look at solving problems, that's a bit utopian. I think it's much better to think in terms of addressing and working on problems. Solutions, total solutions are almost elusive, but concerted effort towards the solution is what's called for. And we recognize that there's a multiplicity of actions that hasten progress and solve these problems. In my view, the major issue is a lack of leadership and the resulting insecurity that comes from lack of leadership. We note effective leadership starts where? It starts at the top. The leader sets the tone. And there I admit I'm trapped by my military experience, but it's true. The leader sets the tone, sets the objectives, and hopefully individuals at lower levels can, within that vision, can accomplish the goals. But leadership is the key in any solution. Unfortunately, in the 1980s, I witnessed firsthand what can happen when there's a gross failure of leadership. I was the US military mission chief in Mogadishu, Somalia, and I watched the situation evolve from a small insurgency in the north, expand to consume the whole country, which then devolved into tribal and regional conflicts. The government simply dissolved. And over 30 years and 4 presidents later, we still have a failed state. There's a lack of leadership on the part of the new government to address core issues, and this has perpetuated this situation. In the end, it's all about leadership. So I'll attempt to set the stage for the later discussions by highlighting a few mega trends which will influence how Nigeria responds to your challenges. Let's kind of take a step back in the context of some of these major world trends, which will have a direct impact on Nigeria. And we'll drill down into them, hopefully to look at the opportunities that they present, but also they involve pitfalls. Our world today, it's multipolar, increasingly interdependent, and we're all part of that. And that's a given. And we're going to have to make all of your decisions on these points in the context of that worldview. For example, regarding internal and regional security, unfortunately, the trend worldwide has been for increased conflict at all levels. Consider the situation in the Ukraine, Middle East, rising tensions in Asia. You, of course, face a cross-border threat from militant factions, disrupts the North and in the adjacent nations. We all remember the bipolar world of the 50s and the 60s. It was the thing of the past. In that scenario, the rules were pretty well defined. was almost like kabuki theater. Everybody knew the script, how to act, and it worked for that time. But, ladies and gentlemen, things have changed, and Nigeria must operate in this changed world environment. We've got something called the fourth industrial revolution. What is it? It's today, and it's accelerating. It's changing everything in the workplace, but not only in the workplace, it's impacting families, the social order, and significantly will put tremendous pressure on your government and every government to function properly in this changed environment. So what precisely is the fourth industrial revolution? It's the rapid changes in technology, industry, and social patterns that are taking place throughout the world with increased interconnectivity and a lot of autonomous activity. It really blurs boundaries between physical, digital, biological worlds. It includes, next slide please, a whole host of activities. Next slide, there we are. The fourth industrial revolution, this is not an inclusive list, but it's indicative of all of these cross currents that are taking place in the world, and you cannot avoid the impact. And the leadership challenge is going to be how these impact your particular country. For example, take the impact. Today in China, direct labor represents less than 10% of consumer electronics out the door costs. Think about it. All those electronic devices you buy, less than 10% of the cost is direct labor. So cheap labor is not going to be a motivating factor as we go forward with industrial and economic investment. So it's not only in the industrial area, but artificial intelligence and advancing technologies will impact all sectors of government: manufacturing, distribution, shipping, non-governmental organizations such as CVL, education, banking. It's all pervasive. Everything is in flux. A recent study in the UK forecasted that 60%, think of it, 60% of the jobs in the marketplace today will not exist 20 years from now. Now think of that impact on your education system, on training for the marketplace of the future. Everybody talks about in the United States, oh, jobs are being lost to China. That's the myth. The reality is over 80% of the job losses in the US industrial sector have not been to export of jobs, they're to automation. Automation is all pervasive. So cheap labor in a high-tech environment is going to be largely irrelevant. It's going to be smart labor that'll be important in the future. So when you start looking at your educational requirements and retraining requirements to meet those challenges, they're going to be significant. Well, much of this, fourth industrial revolution dialogue focuses on technology, but the social, economic, and political impacts of these rapid changes will be profound, and they'll significantly impact how your government responds to these challenges. For example, just think of just one area: workforce, excess population. What are you going to do to not only address poverty, but displacement of workers who will be displaced by the changes in technology? So all this technology and its related activities is going forward at warp speed. You must recognize that it's going to have an impact on Nigeria going forward. The train is leaving the station. The question really is, are you going to be ready to get on the train, and will the train even work? We've got a lot of challenges. We've seen the impact of the pandemic. It totally disrupted trade, investment, supply chains,
and things are not going back to where they were pre-COVID. Let's take the case of Nigeria, the pandemic, the closure of international air travel, which clearly demonstrated your vulnerability in the medical area. Nigeria spends $9 to $10 billion a year on foreign medical care. People fly to London or clinics in the US or elsewhere for treatments. That's all well and good, but once the lockdowns were invoked, people simply could not travel to get medical care, no matter how much money they had. So Nigeria responded reasonably impressively to the curbs, but there's a lesson there. Be prepared. That also demonstrated the need for homegrown solutions that'll function. Basically a medical system that you can, will address the needs of your citizenry. You just might not be so lucky the next time around. So you must be prepared to address food, health, financial, employment, and many other insecurities that will be impacted by a major world event, such as a pandemic or whatever happens in the future. Next slide, please. We hear a lot about supply chains. What are they? Well, that's the sort of web of activities associated with production, transportation, distribution, consumption, and of goods and services. And it's worldwide and it's increasingly interdependent. But COVID clearly demonstrated the pitfalls inherent in a sole source supply chain situation, especially in manufacturing and distribution, even in agriculture. The over-reliance on China has led to major shortages around the world. Thus, the paradigm now in the investment community is China plus one, quote, quote. But what does that mean? Well, first of all, you don't abandon your sources in China. You have sunk cost and investment, so you let that play out. But in the coming years, investment will look for alternatives. China plus one. So who will benefit? Who will be the winners? Well, first of all, India and Southeast Asia are already benefiting. But do not overlook Africa. The big three, Kenya, South Africa, and Nigeria, all have huge potential to benefit from this redistribution. But they're all going to require one thing. We're talking about it today: a secure environment for investment. Lacking that security, investment's going to go elsewhere. It's not going to be a free ride. A good current example of this redistribution of investment is Apple. Of course, they've been in China for decades producing phones and components. They've already moved part of their activities to Vietnam based on shipping and distribution problems and stoppages in China and problems in the workplace. That's the sort of tip of the iceberg on this shift in investment. You can benefit or you can miss the train. So you potentially can benefit, but potential isn't reality. You've got to be prepared to accept that investment and prosper. Next slide, please. Why Nigeria? Why should I invest here? Well, let's look at the plus side. As pointed out here, Nigeria, you're uniquely situated geographically. You're on the west coast of Africa, large land mass, all these factors. All that's to the good, especially the situation. Being in the South Atlantic, you're ideally suited to service markets, North America, Europe, Mediterranean, Latin America, even the Middle East. So geography is, to a plus. You have the right stuff, but you must get the right environment to make it work. And that first thing in that environment is security. Slide off. These next mega trends, supply changes, multipolar world, artificial intelligence, automation, are going to impact you in the next decade, so be prepared. You simply cannot do anything else. You're going to miss the train. And you can benefit, but there's also pitfalls in this trend. When I consult with companies that are considering foreign investment, I have one primary criteria and three sub-criteria to sort of reach a decision. First is the security situation in the country. Is this a safe place to invest and operate? Over the long term, as these investments are not transactional deals, they're decades-long investment. So number one, security. No security, don't even look at it. What else must I have? Second, you've got to have a currency that's stable and convertible. Right now, you've got problems with currency. You must be able to take your profits out at some point. This is not a freebie. Third, you need a court system that works. You'll have contracts, you must be able to have them enforceable. There's got to be some kind of a level playing field, or why should I bring my money here? Fourth item, you need a labor situation where you're not forced to hire people for life. You can hire, fire, train, whatever, to suit your requirements. If you meet these three requirements, along with a satisfactory security situation, it's a place that you would consider investing, but only after you meet those criteria. And I'd add one more important point. If you can't keep the power on, why should I consider investing here? That's the reality in the real world of investment. Let me repeat these points, because it's important. Paramount importance, security. That's what we're talking about today. Second, you've got to have a stable currency. Third, you've got to have a court system that's equitable. And fourth, you need a labor situation that allows flexibility. And finally, keep the lights on. Underlying all these factors is effective leadership, whether that's at government, the private sector, NGOs, your religious leaders. Focus on common goals. Now, the issues that we're going to address later today and then develop they didn't evolve in the last 2 weeks. They've evolved over a long period of time, and most are the result of bad or no decisions and a lack of leadership. So a timely response hasn't been there, and these problems that we're addressing today have festered for a long period of time. We recognize there's no quick fix, but there are actions that can be taken to move towards a solution. In conclusion, the further discussions this morning will focus on specific issues of insecurity, and there are many. What I've tried to do is sort of set a stage for that discussion. Recognize that solving your security problems over the next decade will be made in the context of these overarching worldwide trends. You can greatly benefit, but you can only benefit if, one, you're ready to accept the challenges, take advantage of the opportunities. President Kennedy made a comment at one point, which I think is apropos this morning. He said, "The time to fix the roof is when the sun is shining." Think of it. The time to fix the roof is when the sun is shining. Well, I checked out there and the sun is shining this morning, ladies and gentlemen. So perhaps it's time to start fixing the roof. Nigeria can be a rising star when your leaders make the proper decisions and they're implemented. Decisions are one thing, implementation is something else. So thank you for attending. It's an important conference. Patrick, thank you for including me. You're doing great work and 20 years of history to prove it. It's my pleasure to give you some thoughts. Hopefully they'll set the stage for the later discussion this morning when we get down into the weeds on the various sectors and so forth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Colonel Short, for your very short and incisive remarks. We do appreciate. Please put your hands together for him once again. I hope that with those short remarks, we'll be able to take the necessary steps to make sure that our country is more secure. Thank you very much. Moving on, I'd like to take a moment to recognize and invite to the stage the chairman for today's occasion. He steps into the shoes of icons like himself, General Obasanjo, General Yakubu Gowon, His Honor Philip Asiodu, and the likes. He's the first Chief of Army Staff in the current democracy that we enjoy, and later became Chief of Defense Staff. He graciously accepted to chair this occasion at very short notice. It's therefore my honor and privilege to command the parade that would invite the retired general. He will advance in review order. By the center, General Ogomudia, quick march, left, right, left. Ladies and gentlemen, your hands together for General Alex Ogomudia.
Good morning, all. Is the Naira squeeze, is it affecting? I want to thank the organizers for this event and particularly for inviting me. My friend, brother Pat Utomi, Professor Pat Utomi, is a wonderful man who I got to know way back in 1981. In fact, he came to give us a lecture at the Staff College. I was then a junior officer in the army. And over this period, I've been in contact and I've seen him virtually in all spheres of human endeavor. He's a journalist, he's an activist, he's an intellectual, he's a lecturer, he's an agronomist, he's an economist. There's no field. When you look at his CV, you even know that that kind of man is rare. But let me tell you, I accepted to come for this occasion because you said it was your birthday. The way the English I'm hearing since I came is looking like it's beyond just birthdays. And that is what led to our able guest speaker who spoke. Don't mind our MC. He says a short lecture, short but precise and focused. That's what we need. Not 50 pages of lecture we ramble through. At the end, you don't take away anything. When I also was invited, I asked Pat to tell me what really is happening, what's going to happen on the occasion. And from our discussion, I said, okay, I will find, in fact, I came because there's no cash to travel. the time was so short, and I would easily have told one of those executive lies and escaped. But you see, here you can issue a check, you can transfer money for air ticket. But when you get over there, if there's no official vehicle and the taxi driver says the POS is not working, you have to trek from the airport to town. So he has said so many things. Well, let me say, first, before I even say anything, let me once more congratulate you for the Lord adding one more year to your years on earth, Mother Earth. And it's a rare privilege. There are people who are not privileged to live up to this stage. And we thank God for what He has been using you to do in terms of development of Nigeria. And your contributions are noted. In fact, I think 2009, if I remember, Guardian newspapers and Silverbird, they nominated you as one of the 10 topmost icons, living legends in Nigeria. And you know what that means if a man is recognized. I'd like to be one of them, and I'd like to sort out this security problem that seems to defeat everybody. The solutions are there, ladies and gentlemen. Well, having also said that, let me say that the lecture, I enjoyed because he picked on certain points that are quite critical. Maybe during the discussion, I'll have time to raise them and my own solution to some of the problems. Because if you automate, you are throwing people out of work. So you have to address that problem. Otherwise, you create another problem in an attempt to solve a problem. So on this note, I want to thank the celebrant and all our able friends and colleagues who've been able to make it here this morning. In spite of the queues, I understand there are about 3 queues around. There's queue for petrol, there's queue for PVC, there's queue for money. So, but that you're able to come through all of them, I want to thank you and wish you very happy deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, General Ogumodia. Now we'll take a few remarks from 3 persons in no particular order of preference. But just before I do that, I'd like to recognize the presence of the Director General of the Labour Party Presidential Council, Mr. Akin Oshitokun. Please stand to be recognized if you're in the hall. I'd also like to recognize the presence of Mr. Valentine Ozigbo, the Deputy Director General of the Labour Party Campaign Council. Please stand to be recognized. Okay, first I'd like to I'll be inviting 3 persons, Professor Sabo, Dr. Michelle Bila, and Dr. Jamal. So Professor Sabo, the lecturer, you please come first. Please put your hands together for him. Immediately after him, I'll invite the panelists, Vice Admiral Izeoba, Major General Ayola, and IGP retired MD Abubakar. Each of you, Professor Sabo, you'd have 5 minutes, and Dr. Jamo, you'd have 6. And Dr. Mshevila, you have 7. Thank you.
5 minutes. Please, can I have my slides? I think we're still, anyway. Good morning, everybody. And congratulations, Professor Patrick Otomi, for inviting us to be here, not only to celebrate this great day for you and your family, but to also discuss critical issues bedeviling Nigeria today. And thank you very much to the keynote speaker, Colonel, for bringing some of these headlines, which we are really feeling it. You're saying it, but we're feeling it. And today, I think it's the opportunity for some of us to go deeper into this conversation, especially now that we are just about to go to the polls, and hopefully we are going to get a new generation of leadership that would probably help us to get out of the woods. So I have some few minutes to run through some of these slides, but I'm not going to speak to the slides. I'm going to just highlight some few points, then I'll move on. And I'm not going to repeat what the keynote speaker has mentioned. Please, can you go to the next slide? Keep my picture out, just keep the slides, please. Thank you very much. And go to the next slide because this has already been discussed. This is very important. We all know that after independence, Nigeria had 3 issues. The first is political security. The second is food security. And the third is energy security. Since independence, these have always been our problems. We must recognize and thank General Obasanjo for helping Nigeria to get rid of at least one of the problem, which is the political security. So now we don't have that fear that the military will come and take over again and return us back to the military. He has done a lot. When you ask General, he will tell you how much General Obasanjo has done to ensure that Nigerian democracy remain the way it is. And now we can at least celebrate some of these transitions, even though there is nothing much to say as far as the dividend of democracy is concerned, but at least now we have joined the Committee of Nations by saying that we have democracy. The next security is food security, which I believe Alhaji Musa Yar'Adua, late, tried to do, but he couldn't. Jonathan tried, he couldn't. And now this administration is trying. And up to this moment, Nigeria has not even started journey towards getting food security. And that's why today, from what you can see, there is even recognition from the government itself that about 75% of the income of an average Nigerian is going to food. And there's some areas in Nigeria where you cannot even find the food. We're going to show some of the slides there. And the keynote speaker has already mentioned something about energy. You need to power your country. So we need to have these securities for you to even start talking about the 4th industrial revolution. You must get your government system working. You must have people that are feeding well, and at the same time, you need to get the energy. And up to this moment, Nigeria has not even started the journey towards getting the remaining 2. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Who's working with me? Yeah, thank you very much. And sir, I'm glad you mentioned something which is very, very interesting. For many countries, when they are talking about food security, which is what I'm supposed to be talking about, they're simply talking about variation in prices between the harvest period and the period where there is no much harvest. That's where they concentrate. But in Nigeria, that's not the case. I'm a farmer myself, and I can tell you, year-round, you may not notice change of the prices of food, because at any point in time, the price is very, very high, and there's so many reasons for that. But we are not supposed to be there. Look at the enormous potential that Nigeria has in terms of land, in terms of water, in terms of irrigation. But I will say this before I move forward. In the land that Nigeria has today, it's only about 40% today that is being cultivated. And in the last 2 years, because of the problem in the north, that percentage has already gone down, but I don't know the actual percentage. That's what I'm not going to speculate. Look at all the 800 kilometers of water which Nigeria has. I was in Lagos 1 month ago. in order to try to see how we are going to be self-sufficient in terms of fish. And I met with all the who is who of the fishermen in Lagos, the big, small, and medium, and they told me they cannot fish because going there and coming back, you're not getting anything, and the cost of going there and coming back will even wipe your little money because the condition under which they operate is simply not friendly. The same way you go to the north, we cannot feed ourselves with milk or meat, and nobody in the world will take these products simply because of the way we produce it, because of the way we process it. So it's only us that can eat our own fish, milk, and meat, meaning that Nigeria is not competitive in most of its value chains. This is a serious food security issue. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. These are just previous policy response, so I'm not going to go into that. Next slide. Now, Prof, we have government that cannot feed its people. People are hungry. It's everywhere. In the north where I come from, for somebody to eat once a day, congratulate him. Just once, to put pot and fire and cook for one day, congratulations. That's the situation we are in now. In Lagos, you may not notice it until you go to the villages, but when you go deep into other villages here, it's probably the same story, but not us in the north. Can you qualify the government as legitimate? It's a question that we need to really deliberate, because these are scholarly opinions about what constitutes legitimacy of government. Next slide. And this is the problem, sir. Even as we approach 2023, the capacity of the next government to deliver food security for this country is even in question. So in my opinion, which I'm still sharing with anyone who cares to listen, I'm not going to start by congratulating anybody who assumed the realm of affairs in this country until he addressed these issues first. If you don't address these issues first, we'll go to 2027 and we'll come back to this hall and repeat the same thing again. And number one is the issue of the food security, the governance failure, the policy failure, the debt, and the widespread insecurity bedeviling the country. Next slide. Next slide. That's food. Next slide. We already know this. And you see the food security has been going down. It's not just something that has started soon. Our food security has been going down consistently. Next slide. And you can see as our population is growing stable, that red is food. So your increase of food production sometimes is even below your population growth, or similar, or a little bit higher, than it will go down again. But look at the food prices. That's the one on top. It means that even though your population is growing, your food supply is not growing, but the prices are going to the roof. Next slide. Next slide. And this is for 2022, just last year. All those dark areas you see, it's showing you that that place is really in deep trouble. That's a danger area. Yellow means that there's a disaster for food, but not as the red. And those areas, that's why I said if you're here, congratulate yourself. Your problem of food, many places around here it can be managed. And it can be managed because you guys have a lot of money. You can buy it no matter how much it costs. But up there, look at the whole country is food insecure. It's only a few places that you can notice this. This will tell you something bad is just about to happen unless we do something. Next slide. Next slide. And that's the government. We all rely on oil money, and oil money goes to the people, our friends in Abuja and elsewhere. A typical person right now doesn't see it. That's the truth about it. For most of the government expenditures, Many of it doesn't go to the real project. We all know this. And the worst part of that, regardless of what is happening today, and with all the new innovations we are trying to bring, the projection is that based on the damage that we have committed to this country, Nigerian economy can only grow between 1, 2, 3% higher. That 7.5% growth is when you are able to change the species of Nigerians and you bring different species. That's when you get 7.5. That's business unusual, and I don't see it happening. Next slide. And this is it. When this government came, and that's why I don't know, I never met him in person, but I know I spoke to him twice. I want to meet him so that I can hug him. That's President Obasanjo. Even though he travels all over the place, we were really complaining. He was traveling too much, but at least he got two things. He got our debt forgiven. At least he has adjusted our current account. So Nigeria was not really paying too much debt servicing and paying a lot of our money to foreigners. He has already done that. But immediately he left. Look at what happens. Between 2014 to 2022, our debt now has increased between 11 trillion to 42 trillion, meaning that you are not producing anything. You are not generating any income. All you are very good at is contracting loans. This is something that anybody who is going to be in office in 2023 is going to be confronted with. And I don't know how you're going to feed people with this, because 80% or thereabout of the Nigerian income is going for debt servicing. How are you going to handle that? Somebody has to have an agenda for this. Next slide. This is what is happening. And that's, I mean, in the north, Katsina, Zamfara, people don't go there. That picture in the middle, that's MD, Bank of Agriculture, who has just been kidnapped by, who was kidnapped by bandits last year. He's just there. So it's not that everybody, even the people, top people are being kidnapped. So right now you go to places, I have a farm, but my wife has to tell me, just use this one, don't go to the other one. The moment it is not very close to civilization, don't go there. So you even have the land and all this, but you can't go there because of insecurity. Next slide. So somebody has to have an agenda for that. So now, my conclusion is, how do we lead the change? What must happen for us to get out of the woods? Next slide. The good news is, we, including Prof, we put our heads together to help Nigeria develop a 7-year agricultural development policy that would not only modernize but transform agriculture. What is not apparent today is the commitment for implementation. So the question is, how are we going to get people from the middle of this year to start implementing that policy? When that happens, some of these challenges, which we automate, which I don't have time to really go through, can be addressed using some of the solutions that we propose there. Because of time, I cannot go there because I want to allow other people to also make interventions. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Go back. Go back. Thank you very much. But regardless of what we must do, ladies and gentlemen, I believe for Nigeria to be food secure, these are the few areas that we need to really look at. Currently, Nigeria is only using 1% of its potential in irrigation. Only 1%. If we don't increase that, it's not going to happen. In Kano State, we have over 20 dams, and not 2 are being used. In fact, we have some dams, we call them bastard dams. Nobody even owns them, nobody does anything with them. Unless we do that, it's not going to happen. The next, we must increase the productivity of our crops, fisheries, and livestock in a manner that I had mentioned earlier. And again, one thing that is going to surprise you is to know that if you go to Nigerian Strategic Reserve right now, if there is a lockdown or if there is any crisis, how many millions of metric tons are you expected to get in our National Strategic Reserve? Ladies and gentlemen, is less than 100,000 tons. less than 100,000 tons. That's what we have in our silos, in our strategic reserve. If you don't increase it to at least 1 million, God forbid what Connell says, Nigeria will be in trouble the next time we have a crisis. And lastly, ladies and gentlemen, my opinion, agriculture should not be politicized. You can politicize anything now, but when it comes to agriculture, my advice to the incoming administration is do not politicize it. Because at the moment, CBN is the one that is running agriculture, not Federal Ministry of Agriculture. Because Federal Ministry of Agriculture only has the minister and the civil servants, but the money is in CBN. And this comment has already been given at the top level of government. Don't do that. Have coordinated approach to agriculture, but up to this moment is not happening. Unless you have the different MDAs working with the private sector, working with the farmers, is not going to happen, and currently is not happening. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Sagagi of the Dangote Business School. Do not politicize agriculture. Agriculture is important to everyone and should not be politicized. Quickly, I'd like to invite for his own remarks, Dr. Philip Mshelbila. He's going to speak. He's an energy security expert and managing director and CEO of the Nigeria Liquefied Natural Gas. Please put your hands together for him.
Good afternoon, and I'll stand on existing protocols. But let me start by appreciating both Prof and Prof Utomi. One I have known for a very long time. Actually, about 23 or 24 years ago, he was my teacher. And you know, when you've had a teacher, there's always something that you remember about them. And in Prof's case, there are many. But because of time, I won't go into them. There was one word that I had never heard before until I sat in Prof's class. And after the class, all of us went to the dictionary looking for this word. And I still remember it to this day, after 24 years. Prebendalism. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to be here this time in our national history, but also in keeping with Nigeria LNG's vision of being a globally competitive LNG company that is helping to build a better Nigeria. And I say that because that is our vision as a company. There are two parts to our vision. One is to be globally competitive, to compete with the best in the world and to excel as an LNG business. The second is to help build a better Nigeria. And so a lot of what we do is focused on that part of our vision, including our presence here. This 2023 CVL Annual Lecture and International Leadership Symposium on Security, State Legitimacy, and Human Progress in Nigeria has as its goal to enable a conducive environment for citizens' engagement and participation in proffering solutions to the security challenges in Nigeria. And I have been asked to speak on energy security. And I would like to do so in the context of national security. A nation is a large body of people united by common descent, history, culture, language, and may be inhabiting a particular country or territory. But being a large body of people with common characterization does not endue it with powers to achieve great things. It does not enable it to compete successfully among the community of nations. Neither does it grant it automatically security, unless it is also independent, it's sovereign, it's economically viable, and its people feel safe to go about their normal lives and to go about their businesses. Therefore, aside from the basic safety and security of lives and property, the true hallmarks of national security include the freedom of people to attain sustained economic prosperity. And economic prosperity requires energy. Nigeria's first ever national security strategy was drafted and approved in 2014 under President Goodluck Jonathan. And by the time the NSS was reviewed in 2019, the scope had broadened to take up nascent economic and sustainable development expectations, for which energy security is now a prime component. At the heart of drafting and executing any architecture for national security is the pivotal role of energy security. Remaining safe and unthreatened should rightly take on factual contexts, such as having power in homes, in schools, in hospitals, and it also has to drive commercial and manufacturing industries, fuel to sustain the transportation of people and goods, enabling the dynamic markets that drive the demand for goods and services, supporting the earning power of citizens. Every aspect of a national economy and every system upon which it runs needs energy. Energy is often defined as the strength and vitality required for sustained physical or mental activity. Physicists would define energy as the property of matter and radiation, which is manifested as a capacity to perform work. Energy is therefore needed for a nation to be productive, to sustain its civilization, maintain its independence and sovereignty, and exert its case and position in the geopolitical and economic arenas, hence its importance in national security. On the strength of this, a nation's energy security is assured when energy is available, it is affordable, and it is efficient. And there is also environmental stewardship of its consumption. Thus, the International Energy Agency defines energy security as the uninterrupted availability of energy sources at an affordable price. So it has to be available. We've just heard many conversations about fuel queues. That tells you it is not available in Nigeria. This morning, I was at an event with Prof, and one of the participants was asking His Excellency Peter Obi a question about availability of gas for their power plant. It means the energy is not available. This begins to tell us that as a country, Nigeria, we're in a state of energy poverty. And I'll come to that. One of the things that a country needs to do as much as it provides safety and security to its people is to ensure, as has been presented eloquently, food security, but also energy security. A flexible short-term energy security that allows the system to respond quickly to unanticipated changes and disruptions in the supply-demand equation, and a long-term energy security that makes timely investments to deliver energy in line with changing demand, economic trends, and environmental needs would curtail threats such as value chain disruptions, climate change, and energy poverty. I'd like to speak about one topic that concerns me. One of Nigeria's biggest opportunities is the fact that it is endowed with a massive and rapidly growing population. Today, we're over 200 million. The United Nations estimates that Nigeria will actually overtake China to become the second most populous country in the world after India by 2050, so in less than 30 years. And by 2050, our population would have doubled to 400 million. So in less than 30 years, we double our population. We become the second most populous country in the world. Why does that concern me? On the one hand, I've said it's an opportunity, but on the other hand, it's a huge concern. This blessing in human resources also comes with the need to provide them with adequate, affordable, and reliable energy. Our next national security strategy review must plan for this, starting from a weak position where 200 million people have about 4 to 5 gigawatts of grid electricity. That's what we have today. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the same amount of electricity in the grid of Trinidad and Tobago, which has a population of 1.4 million people. 1.4 million over 200 million, generating the same amount of electricity into the grid. A given population's inability to access reliable sources of energy is categorized as energy poverty. This inaccessibility could be as a result of unavailable energy sources or its unaffordability. In situations like this, people exert themselves beyond what is meaningful to search for energy. Due to this scarcity, people would be subjected to curtailing their progress in life, and inherently, the nation downgrades its developmental status. For the sake of survival, many in locations that experience energy poverty seek for alternative sources of energy. A case in point is the use of firewood as an alternative source of energy for cooking in Nigeria, even though we produce natural gas and we produce liquefied petroleum gas or cooking gas, LPG. NLNG's attention was drawn to the dire situation with respect to the consumption of LPG in the domestic sector. Studies that were conducted over 15 years ago showed that the industry required intervention. The refineries were no longer producing LPG. The storage facilities were either dilapidated or abandoned. We could not rely entirely on imported product, as the LPG which was imported into the country for domestic use was just a fraction of what we needed, and it was too expensive. With demand high and LPG supply scarce, the price of cooking gas shot up and forced the middle and lower echelons of society to shift their demand to kerosene and firewood. Indications of deforestation and desertification became rife. Experts indicated that the Sahara Desert was encroaching inland at an accelerating pace. Scores of accidents from the use of kerosene stoves were prevalent in homes across the nation. Frequent smoke inhalation illnesses, respiratory illnesses, were reported due to indoor air pollution. And at some point, the statistics was that we were having over 470,000 deaths over a 5-year period. So almost 100,000 deaths as a result of respiratory conditions from the use of firewood for cooking. Nigeria LNG decided to intervene and in 2007 commenced by supplying 50,000 tons to the market and has increased this to over 500,000 tons in 2022. Today, 100% of produced LPG volumes from NLNG is dedicated to the domestic market. There is, however, another threat beyond energy poverty, and that is climate change. The United Nations 2022 Sustainable Development Progress Report states that to stave off the worst climate-related impacts, global greenhouse gas emissions will need to peak before 2025 and then decline by 43% by 2030. However, current national commitments point to a nearly 14% increase by 2030. So rather than declining, we are actually increasing. And this makes it almost impossible to achieve the 1.5 degree Celsius target. To bring this international focus, Nigeria LNG championed a cause for the harnessing and utilization of natural gas. The federal government of Nigeria declared the Decade of Gas from 1st January 2021 to December 31st of 2030. NLNG funded the initial development of this piece of work to the point where we now have a plan, a credible plan that can actually, within a decade, take us from where we have been to where we need to be, where we unlock our natural gas potential to the extent where it is the engine, once again, of our economy, but it also enables us to transition towards renewable energy. And in part, to support this, NLNG has commissioned the construction of its Train 7 and is looking at future expansion as well. However, we have a capacity of 22 million tons per annum at our plant today with the 6 trains. The 7th train would add another 35% to that, taking us to 30 million tons per annum. But let me talk about the 22 that we have that's operational today. In 2022, we averaged about 62% capacity utilization. In other words, nearly 40% of the capacity of our plant was left empty. Why? Security. The issues of crude oil theft have a direct impact on availability of associated gas, which is the feedstock that we need for our plant. So when we're not getting that associated gas, which is produced together with the oil, because the oil is being stolen, we cannot produce the LNG. NLNG has been the biggest taxpayer in Nigeria's economy. It has at various times contributed over 1% of the GDP of Nigeria. And we're starving it. I have a lot more to say, but because of time, I'm just going to wrap up with this note. Will we continue to ignore this cancer? I believe that it should be treated as a national security matter. And I'm looking at the generals here, because I hope that they will have ideas that they can proffer to help us to address this issue. But in conclusion, the way forward for Nigeria's energy security is in the immediate development of the full potential of its natural gas resources, and in parallel, rapid transition to renewable energy, of which it is also naturally endowed. Concrete plans like the Decade of Gas need to be implemented without delay, While the nation's decarbonization drive and environmental stewardship is also prioritized, investment in renewables and cleaner energies should be scaled up alongside infrastructure development of things like carbon capture, utilization, and storage. And by doing all of this, even our natural gas can be decarbonized to the point where it gets a green stamp of approval in the commercial markets. I call on all stakeholders to take both a domestic and a global outlook to energy security. Prof, as I congratulate you on your birthday and on 20 years of running this program, I want to thank you for creating opportunities whereby we can look at ourselves and challenge ourselves on the issues of national concern. But as was discussed this morning, it is not the lack of plans that holds us back. It is leadership. It is implementation. It is translating those plans into execution that is the challenge. We have a plan on the table today called the Decade of Gas. I've been close to it. I believe it holds the solutions. But how are we going to implement this? This, I believe, is the true challenge of leadership. Thank you for your contribution to the leadership of this country, Prof. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Michelle Bela. Ladies and gentlemen, it's still morning. It's not yet 12 o'clock, so let's be awake and alive, up and doing. We're getting on to the more intellectual side very soon, a discussion of the presentation by Colonel Short. But before that, I'd like to invite Dr. Bashir Yusuf Jamo, Director General of NIMASA. Please put your hands together for him. As it comes up, immediately after that, I'll be inviting the panelists to the stage. Former Chief of Naval Staff, former Inspector General of Police, and Professor Paul Tutomi will join them to x-ray the theme of this year's lecture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, General Abu Media. All other courtesies are duly extended. Let me start by congratulating my brother and Professor Pat Otome for his contributions toward the nation's development. A person of so many colors, as the chairman mentioned, a public officer, private sector officer, academia, and I listened carefully to the chairman. He missed out one of his qualities as a politician, even though he mentioned that he's part and parcel of politics, but he skipped to mention that he is one-time presidential candidate in this country and one-time gubernatorial candidate in this country. There is one qualification of politician. Once you reach to the level of seeking the ticket of governorship or presidential, then you become at par with all the presidential candidates. So you will be called Your Excellency or Honorable, but in this case, I will call Professor as Excellency and address him as Excellency. I remember in 2011, when he was seeking the presidential candidate, I was one of those trying to model his pronunciation, Hausa pronunciation, when we were going to Kano to declare the presidential candidature. But unfortunately, the system couldn't allow to move ahead from Kano to other part of the country, but congratulations, Prof. My paper seek to address, which one? Okay, thank you. Seek to address the issue of maritime insecurity. We have two institutions that deal with the issue of maritime insecurity. The Nigerian Navy, that deals with the kinetic approach or operations of the maritime insecurity, and the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, that seeks to deal with the non-kinetic approach of the maritime insecurity in the country. I have listened carefully to the presenters, especially Cornell. Cornell made mention a lot of challenges and a lot of prospects, as well as the professor and my colleague in the LNG. They all discuss issues concerning security and insecurity. But I was a little bit worried in the sense that Cornell continued to dwell on the issue of leadership. And when we are talking of leadership, we tend to see hope for the future in the terms of affairs of our leaders. I want to believe that at the end of this lecture, probably we can see certain hope in terms of the direction of security, particularly in the maritime domain. Now, the maritime security as it relates to, probably I will have to get some assistance here, it's not working. But maritime security issue, we began to see the manifestation of the insecurity as well as seriousness of it from the issue of the bombing of USS Cole in the year 2000. Okay, so, and from that time, the issue of ISPS code begins to manifest, even though for decades we have been experiencing maritime insecurity worldwide, especially around Spain and European nations. Today, we continue to experience the maritime insecurity, particularly in Southeast Asia and also around of Indian Ocean. In Nigeria, the issue of Niger Delta restiveness bring about the history of insecurity. That was when we began to experience the insurgency within the Niger Delta communities. Now, what is this maritime insecurity? Maritime insecurity dwell on the issue that concerns transportation or shipping transportation, where we continue to experience attack on our vessel and cargo, as well as, gentlemen, this is not working perfectly. Can you assist, please? No, you didn't start this one. Most of the last, I want to summarize it as shorter as possible because start from go. Yes, here. So this is where the history starts. Yes, this is where the history starts. It emerged from the insurgencies that we continue to experience due to so many factors in the Niger Delta. Such issues concerns restiveness as a result of neglect of communities in the oil region of the Niger Delta. And from there, we continue to see the attack on commercial ships that trade within the areas of Niger Delta, transporting cargoes, and at the same time, we continue to see the emergence of kidnapping of CPRs, as well as stealing of cargo, that is products from the ships that are moving towards that area. And from there, it now extends to the regional, which is Gulf of Guinea. Now, what are those maritime insecurities? It includes kidnapping of CPRs for ransom, armed robbery aboard ships. Most of the ships that they attack within our own exclusive economic zones. We define it as armed robbery. But once it's extended to the high seas, we call it piracy. We have also illegal and unreported, unregulated fishing. We also experience illegal oil bunkering and most recently, oil theft. These are the crimes that form or constitute what we call the maritime insecurity. Now, having seen and understand the definition and what constitutes maritime insecurity, what are the causes of the maritime insecurity? Most of these causes emanates from neglect as usual. Some of the areas that causes this insecurity, Cornell's paper address it, include corruption and bad governance, youth unemployment and underdevelopment. When you have youth growing, going to school, becoming difficult, and then for them to have a means of livelihood becoming difficult, the next thing, they will have to indulge in different thinking of what they can do to survive as well as their own family. Weak legislation and inefficient jurisprudence. As we can see in future, we will see what factors did we put to see the emergence of certain principles that address the issue of insecurity. Others include electoral uncertainty and political violence. All these transcend to the maritime insecurity because the maritime insecurity starts from the land and graduates to the sea. Others are sea blindness, a general neglect of the importance of the sea by the populace. The sea, when you look at its nature, it doesn't have anywhere people can go and see. Addressing and responses to the distress that these vessels experience in our own territorial waters. As you are aware, the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, we are not part and parcel of those agencies that handle weapons. So the Nigerian Navy solely had the responsibility to take care of the kinetic operations of handling weapons to respond to those attacks, while the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agencies look at the areas where they can cushion the effects and those factors that we mentioned earlier on to help in seeing the emergence of this insecurity. Now, what are the consequences of this insecurity and the attack that we are experiencing in our own center? One, the issues that has to do with, you're having technical issues, I think.
Hello, please, can you? Okay.
Now, the consequences of such issues include abduction and loss of human life, economic losses, cargo revenues, high insurance premium. Today, we are seeing the emergence of the war risk insurance that Nigeria must pay on any inward and outward cargoes, just for the purpose of the insecurity we are experiencing in our own territorial waters. So the loss of national reputation and bad image in the international maritime community, with the Nigeria level at the most dangerous waters to trade in. For the period of over close to 15 years now, Nigeria, we have been contesting to be part of the Council of the International Maritime Organization. Basically, part of the reasons why we cannot seek again that election is because of the challenges that we are experiencing in our own territorial waters as a result of insecurity of our own water. Also, we will now have to begin to experience low port attractiveness, diversion of cargo to other parts of the world, particularly Benin Republic, Togo, and Ghana. Most of the cargoes that are bound for Nigeria, it will have to be diverted to neighboring countries where they feel that they are secured and they feel that they are comfortable to trade with. Now, what do we do? What have we been doing to contain this insecurity? This following are the steps that the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency put in place. One, it has to do with introduction of skill acquisition center. For those children or elderly persons that cannot go to school, we try to introduce what we call skill acquisition centers, whereby if you finish your secondary school, you feel that you don't want to go to higher institution, that is to go and acquire a degree. You will have to go through the skill acquisition center, learn whatever kind of work you want to learn, be it mechanic, be it building, be it tailoring, be it hairdressing, and any other things. The Nigeria Maritime Administration and Safety Agency built 6 skill acquisition centers in the 6 geopolitical zones. And that's, if you can see the picture there, is the type of the job that we try to create for the younger Nigerians that are not opportune to go to the university and learn. But for those who can go to the university, the agency built 6 maritime training institutions across the 6 geopolitical zones, 1 per geopolitical zones. This is in addition to the funding of the Nigerian Maritime Academy, Oron, as well as the funding and building of Nigerian Maritime University, Okerenkoko. Now, in addition to that, we try to see a kind of synergy among the players. As you are aware, maritime is a shared domain awareness. everybody has to put his own best to ensure that we maintain the security and safety of our own vessels that are trading within our own territorial waters. So this kind of synergy entails in cooperation, collaboration, communication, and coordination among the players. These players include the Nigerian Navy, the Nigerian Army, the Nigerian Air Force, DSS, as well as the Marine Police. You can see the picture there where I was with the former Chief of Air Staff. Now, apart from the collaborative visits and synergy among the agencies, we also engage community and employ the services of the younger generation to see how they can tap intelligence information among the communities. And this, we call them Marine Litter Marshals. Today, we have more than 1,200 Marine Litter Marshals that work across the 8 littoral states to understand the happenings of the communities as well as their own complaint, so that we can have a lasting solution to these menace and problems. In doing so, we now introduce the issue of carrot and stick. The carrot has to do with the issue of the employment with stipends. That is what I mentioned earlier, 1,200 Nigerians in the 8 littoral states as defined by the Supreme Court, as well as getting intelligence information of what we can do. Taking them to school, trying to introduce the issue of skill acquisition center, as well as introduction of National CPRS Development Program. The National CPRS Development Program is a program that bring younger generation that complete secondary school with 5 credits in sciences and then engage them abroad to study maritime related courses in marine engineering, marine architecture, and marine surveying. Today, we have not less than 2,600 graduates of marine related courses as graduates that can work not only in Nigeria, but internationally. Now, on the issue of stick, we now try to see, in conjunction with the Nigerian Navy, to see what we can do. Those erring and people or younger generation that use to disturb and disrupt the shipping trade, being arrested and tried accordingly. Quickly, we had to try about 20 Nigerians. Today, most of them, they are serving jail term ranging between 7 to 10 years jail terms. This to show a signal that the government, they are serious on the issue of this maritime insecurity menace that is disturbing the country. In addition to that, as a stick, the NIMASA introduced a Deep Blue project. The Deep Blue project is an array of platforms that assist Nigerian Navy in terms of operations. In that platform, we have land, air, and sea. The land, we have what we call C4I Center. At the left-hand side, you can see the C4I Center, which it has the capacity of connecting between land, air, and sea on the spot. On the top right-hand side, you can see well-trained personnel from the Nigerian Navy, Nigerian Air Force, Nigerian Police, as well as Nigerian Army. We have more than 600 well-trained personnel that uses the array of these platforms to address the issue of insecurity. These include 3 special mission helicopters, 16 armored vehicles, 4 air unmanned aircraft system, 2 special mission aircraft, 2 special mission missiles, and 17 fast interceptor boats. Now with this, the Nigerian Navy handle most of this array of the platforms, except the armored vehicles handled by the Nigerian Army, while the aircraft being handled by the Nigerian Air Force. Now in so doing, these platforms help to assist the Nigerian Navy in trying to complement their own assets that they have on ground to ensure that we perfect the issue of the maritime insecurity. In so doing, we continue also to collaborate with the international community, such as International Maritime Organization, the International Maritime Bureau, as well as the ICC Yaoundé, that is the International Coordinating Center in Yaoundé, Cameroon. All this, we interface with each other to see the kind of helping hand they will bring to ensure that we achieve the maximum maritime security in our own territorial waters. Now, after doing that, we have been receiving a number of criticism from the international community. We also try to introduce what we call Nigeria Joint Industry Working Group. The Nigeria Joint Industry Working Group is a conglomerate, a number of stakeholders that comes together and meet every month to discuss the happening within our own territorial waters and beyond. That means including the regional states of Gulf of Guinea. Now, from the discussions, we share information, share knowledge of what we have on ground and how we can address those issues. In so doing, we also created shared decompletion of Gulf of Guinea. This also, we have an array of friends of Gulf of Guinea from Italy and the European Union. Now, the result of this gives us a kind of hope and a result that we are going to see. Next slide, please. Next slide. This is the hope that we have now. You can see from this graph, 2018, we experienced attack 48, 2019, 35, 2020, 35. Now from 2020, we continue to see the decline in terms of attacks of our own territorial waters, from 35 to 6 in 2001, and to 0 in 2022. Till date, we are now getting into the second year without attack in our territorial waters. This is giving us hope that with the sustainable increase and vigilance, Nigeria last year in March was removed from the most dangerous country to trade in terms of shipping to a mere clean country. We have made our own presentation to Lloyd's of London to ensure that we are removed from the piracy list, from the war risk insurance list. So far, we have gotten a level of percentage that is being reduced, but we are yet to be removed from that list. Gentlemen and ladies, we want to assure you that in conjunction with the Nigerian Navy and other players, we will continue to sustain this tempo, especially that today we are celebrating more than 1 year without attack in our own territorial waters, to give hopes in our own maritime industry. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, DG Nimasa, for the wonderful work that you are doing. 1 year without any incidents on our waterways and in our maritime areas. All right, we're moving on now to discuss all that has been said, but so that it doesn't become a monotonous activity, we're going to take a short musical interlude to wake us all up. As the panelists prepare to come up stage, I'd like to invite for a brief musical interlude, TK Classic. Ladies and gentlemen, you can move your legs and you can move your body while this is on. Immediately after that, I'd invite the panelists and Professor Otomi to x-ray all that has been said this morning. Thank you very much. All right, in the meantime, maybe we should have Barry Avotu Johnson for a 1 minute remark. You can do this in 1 minute because I'm going to time you. Can you? 1 minute? 1 minute.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Barry Avotu Johnson. I am the national chairman of Nigeria Youth Democratic Party, the political party that gained international influence during the NSAS time. I'm here to celebrate our leader, our father, and our teacher, Professor Pat Otomi. I'm just being called up to say something. And I'm here to speak very briefly about the activities of our politics. Insecurity, state legitimacy, and human progress in Nigeria. I sat there and I listened to everybody who had spoken. Everybody spoke very well, but I asked myself, if exactly we want a peaceful Nigeria, we need to do the needful. And the needful is to fix what is broken and fix it correctly. I don't think there's going to be stability in the petroleum sector, in the market sector, in the educational sector, in any sector in Nigeria without peace. And I don't think we can achieve peace if we don't fix the stability of our politics. That is why I've said here and forever that justice, fairness, and equity plays a major pillar role in a democracy. And excuse me if you can, Nigeria has moved forward. This is going to be the first time in our history that our youths are going to come out to vote for people with capacity. Moving forward, we have to do this to gain stability politically so that every other sector, like the agricultural sector we talked about, can gain influence. Because without political stability, nothing will move for Nigeria. So we don't need to shy away from fixing the truth. In politics, you cannot deal without the issues of ethnicity, religion, and money. So that's why we, the youth, have decided to go to the way of Labour Party in the capacity of Peter Obi. So please, next time I'll have more opportunity. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Can we now have TK? All right, we have to go ahead.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is TK Classic, and may I stand on existing protocol, please? I think it's been customary now that for the past couple of years, I've been performing at this event annually, and it's a privilege for me because this event has given me the opportunity to push my career, and I think we're only just getting started. And all these years, I usually have performances of cover songs, but today I have the honor of doing my original song, which I just put out recently. This song is titled Better, and it's very special to me. It's a love song, actually, but figuratively, this song represents our realities in this country. A part of the song says, I'll do better than before. So I'd like everyone to relate with this song and see that where we are as a country right now, we have to do better in all aspects of our lives. The election is just around the corner. It's the opportunity to get things right. And if we can all tell ourselves that we will do better, I think we really can do better and make the country a better place. So ladies and gentlemen, this is Better. Thank you very much. You said you found a better love. Said the love I gave to you was not enough. But I didn't know I hurt you bad. Now you're far away, it's crystal clear. All these days I feel alone, thinking of the way you held and loved me nearly all these days. I feel alone, thinking of the way you smile. Oh, wish you'd stay out there things bad, and I'll do better than before. Tears like rain, I can hold, and I can't help it anymore. Now that you've gone, I've been thinking of someone to hold. The night feels so cold. Hope I'll make it till dawn on my own. All these days I feel alone, thinking of the way you held and loved me dearly. All these days I feel alone, thinking of the way you smile. Wish you'd stay. I thank this God, and I'll do better than before. Tears like rain, I can hold, and I can't help it anymore. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
It's now my pleasure. It is now my pleasure to welcome the panelists. MD Abubakar, former Inspector General of Police. TK, how do you do that thing? All right. Let me respect myself. Please take your seat. The second one, sir. The second one. Thank you. Former CNS, I'm not trying to be partial, but if I do that thing I just did again, I may not speak on this podium again. So I'd now invite the former Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Dele Ezeoba. Please put your hands together for him. And next, to join them, stepped out. Let me also invite Professor Utomi, who will moderate the session. Please put your hands together for him. And of course, the man who delivered the keynote that they are going to be X-raying, Colonel Albert V. Schultz. Yes, please. Thank you. General Henry Ayola will join them once he walks back into the hall. Oh, sorry, I apologize. I was looking there for you. I'm very sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, Major General Henry Ayola. All right, so a lot has been said, and the man who stirred the hornet's nest is here, and people have piggybacked on what he said. As experts and veterans in security matters, you now have a duty to X-ray and provide more insight into all that has been said. Over to you, Professor Utomi.
Well, thank you. Thank you so very much. Very distinguished panelists. I have to say that I approach this segment of the program with a lot of caution. A lot of caution, not because there are many powerful military, police people on this panel, and I'm just one bloody civilian, but because a few years ago, we had a young lady on this panel who stole the moment in a way and won the generation, all of us, a young woman, and it went viral, global. So I'm very careful that I don't get the warning that she gave my generation that day. Ms. Akirele, it was a very, very spectacular moment in this series. But security, insecurity, the challenge of economic performance. We're not interested in security for the sake of security. I mean, a few months ago, actually in November, the African Union held a conference, a summit, if you will, in Tangier, in Morocco, to look at peace, security, and economic performance on the continent of Africa. I was privileged to be at that meeting and to actually make a presentation. Africa is acutely aware that without security, we will not make progress. And without real material advance, we're sitting on a keg of gunpowder. The population growth that has been addressed by Al, Professor Sagagi, all of us, can give us a demographic dividend, handled in one way. But if we do not make certain kinds of appropriate investments, it will be a time bomb that will blow up in our faces. And very often I remind people of a book that heralded our democracy, written by an American called Robert Kaplan. It was titled The Coming Anarchy. And in that book, Kaplan actually projected that West Africa could descend into anarchy as a result of ethnic cleavages, religious cleavages, and economic cleavages. This is why insecurity was discussed today from both economic, political, and military angles, as it were. What do you gentlemen think is the top priority in ensuring that we have a secure environment that can enable us to go from this consumption or distribution of the small wealth that's been literally put in the ground to production that will make prosperity available to all? What's the big one thing we must do? If we're looking at solutions, I know our says is working at the problem. What are the things we must do to work at the problem so that things will change dramatically for us in Nigeria? We can see from what the master is doing, how much progress they have made, but how much more can we make as a country? Let's begin with you, General Ayola, and then progress down the track.
Thank you very much, Prof. I want to thank all the speakers who spoke earlier, and I want to thank you all the participants who are here today. And once again, Prof, happy birthday to you. From the lectures we have listened to, looking at the different aspects of security, food security, energy security, and all of that, I think the one that stands first will be human security, or what you call physical security. But you need to be alive first before you can do anything else, before you can be talking of production or anything at all. You have to be alive first. And I think Colin made that point very strongly in his presentation. If security is not there, which he lined up with the courts, he talked about the courts, power, and justice system as a whole. All of that, they line up. And you find all of that has still got to do with the human security or the physical security. It's only then that people can take their time, and the sense of calling, that is something that we see in the advanced country, where people, it's not a matter, oh, this business that is working now and everybody rushes into it. No, there is an idea of a calling, a sense of calling, in which case you know that this is what you are cut out to do, and you can face it squarely and give it your best shot. So for me, I would say that's where to start, the physical security or human security. And I can say straight away, one immediate step that can be taken to ensure that is to nip in the bud this current insecurity that we have. And I dare say it, I've said it on many fora, I dare say that what is happening in Nigeria is not accidental, it's not incidental, it's not circumstantial. Nobody has asked me yet. I've said it a number of times. It's not as if the abyss was set ablaze and the gate was let loose and aliens came out from abyss and imploded Nigeria, and then we're having banditry and insurgency all at the same time happening. Something brought us to this point. And I know we don't like talking about how did we get here. But if we don't know how we get here, how can we know how to get out? And I think that's where I think we should start. Thank you, sir.
Okay, well, I think I should stay with you for just one more quick second. How we got here. You led the command in the intervention in Jos. Robert Kaplan, who I mentioned, in his writing, actually went as far as suggesting that these cleavages come together in an interesting way in a city in Nigeria called Jos. and that Jos could actually be the epicenter from which West Africa descends into anarchy. One of the things that I did after reading Kaplan's book was buy copies of the book, got some friends together, and we started a social enterprise, if you want to call it social movement, called NUTRA, Nigerians United to Resist Anarchy. And one of the things we did was buy copies of the book and send out to many security people. The then Director General of the State Security Service, Colonel Are, got a copy. And when one day trouble started in Jos, he called me and said, look, I just finished reading the book and I have just received a phone call, Wahala in Jos. Where is that man? Obviously, if an American who was just reading trends could write a book suggesting that we could go down from Jos, you commanded the Nigerian response in Jos. What are the, if you pinpoints, that we have to deal with decisively if we're to get out of this mess?
Thank you very much, sir. Well, let me start by giving us a very short, quick background of Plateau State. Plateau State is one state that is like a melting point for several ethnic groups. You have about 50 ethnic groups in Plateau State with no one single common language. Now that's a very unusual setting. And so you find, I mean, the cleavages and, they are stronger when you have that kind of setting. And if not well managed, people have the situation where you are trying to edge out the other ethnic group, or if your own ethnic person is the one there at a given time, then you think it's a time for you to get some advantages. You talked of our friend pre-Bendalism, Dr. Joseph, Richard Joseph. I was lucky to meet him in University of Ibadan. He did this sabbatical there, so he came back where we were doing a short course there. Now, all of this still boils down to leadership. Leadership failure to have taken definite steps to craft a nation out of this multinational entity called Nigeria. We have not done that. That's why you find an average Nigerian still thinks of himself as first is religion, and maybe next is ethnic group. So the ethno-religious fault lines have been there, and we've not done anything concretely, deliberately to attack and to craft a nation state, construct a Nigerian citizenship that is devoid of ethno-religious leaning, that you can say, look, this who a Nigerian citizen is, So if we don't address all that, these problems will remain. Now let me talk more about Jos. So Jos, of course, is attractive for many reasons. There's mining in Jos. The weather is fantastic. If you are the type that you love the weather, in over there, then of course you love Jos. You can enjoy the Harmattan there is good, and it's not as dusty as other places that you have similar Harmattan. Now, but again, we have always dodged the issues as a people. We always dodge the issues. The truth is that diversity could be a blessing. It's what we make out of it. And I think it was Connor that said that when you have challenges, it's not the challenge that is the issue. It is how you respond that we make it. I mean, America is also a multinational setting like ours. People coming from all over parts of the world, okay? So for me, what I saw, by the way, I actually served twice in Jos, in my career. I was there first as a deep signal commander, and then before I went back as commander of Operation Safe Haven. Now, because of that setting of Jos, these peculiarities of Jos, it makes it attractive to both external and internal persons who are of interest, and it's been that using Jos as a as a connecting point to either extend, a hold and concretize the hold there, from which later other, reconstruction can take place. That has been a major issue. That has been a major issue. The problem in Jos were not caused by mostly the indigenes. It was caused by outsiders. And like I said, because Jos is a melting point, so the outsiders who come in there, who want to become indigenes. I mean, we all know that in our different states, there are all kinds of silent policies as to who is an indigene, who is a settler, and what the indigenes are entitled to, which the settlers are not entitled to, and all of that. All that plays out. Of course, where it doesn't come to the focus, people don't know. In fact, sometimes you may not know until when you try to get a CFO for your land, or for a different person, a friend of yours in your state, that you get to know that, so it's not everybody that can get CFO. That's what happens. So that was a basic thing in Jos. And so you find the economic interest of mining is one issue. Of course, the ethno-religious influences, I mean, they play their own very strongly. It's another influence there. So that's all I want to say about that for now.
All right, I'll turn to Admiral Izoba. We've been talking about maritime security. I mean, for a long time, we were now being thought of as Somalia, the next Somalia. And then, of course, we have had Dr. Bashir Jamu on what has happened. But I also have a monthly breakfast meeting at which we look at the maritime sector. And one of the issues that comes up at those meetings is there seems to be lack of clarity about who does what, where, shipwreck, moving them, this, today maybe we'll say this, tomorrow maritime. How do we get people to be accountable for security in the maritime sector?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. And then let me join the voice of Nigerians to wish you a very happy birthday. I'd like to start by saying that for me, I like us to approach this all-important topic differently. You see, most times we just do the talk, but we've not provided sustainable solutions or roadmap to address our fundamental challenges. So for me today, what I'm going to try to do is to provide sustainable solutions to this all-important subject of security or insecurity. As a research fellow, the statement of the problem is already known to all of us, correct? Am I correct? We know what it is. Bad governance, poverty, youth restiveness. We keep talking about these things and they are reoccurring decimals. But we have not sat down to provide solutions that will give impetus for us to address this all-important national malaise. So I'll try as much as possible to share my thoughts with this gathering. Perhaps they will form the plank from where we can move forward to see if the new democratic experience post February 25th will be able to have some working document on which they can begin to think on how to address these problems. So in this regard, I'm going to do two things, looking at the topic of today's lecture: insecurity, state legitimacy, and human behavior. In other words, three contending variables, intertwined: dependent, independent, and intervening. It means that the three variables lay credence to a roadmap. But of course, importantly also for me, is the question of the relationship or the nexus between these variables. We've been told here today that without security, there can be no development. So they are mutually inclusive. Same way McNamara in his postulates also asserted. So it therefore implies that for us to have a meaningful, even political dispensation, we must have organic security to provide an enabling environment for those political actors and the forces that play within that environment should be able to do that which is needful for us to elect our leaders through a transparent and fair political process. But let me add that in any given society or environment, there are equally three contending variables. They constitute one, the environment itself, which the people habitate, and then of course, the leadership. Gone are the days when manners used to fall from heaven. So a leader must evolve from within the society which he habitates. And the character of that leader will be a true reflection of the complexities and peculiarities that define that environment. So if we say a leader is corrupt and he has evolved from within a society, it implies that that society has some semblance of corruption. That is what it is. So it is also important, therefore, for us to understand the import of citizens' participation in the choice of the leadership, the influence, the cultural understanding of that environment. How does it impact on that man who becomes a leader? Let me just give just an example that is common to our experience. A man was a teacher. He was appointed local government chairman. The day he was appointed local government chairman, the entire community had a party for him. And thereafter, they asked him, what are you bringing or what do you have for us? So even if that teacher, who by tradition does not have the toga of corruption, but because of the pressure from the society itself, he's now been put in a position where he has tendencies of living the actual character that he has, ab initio, to begin to see what he can do to satisfy the yearnings and caprices of the people, or their wishes. So that in itself is a pressure point, which has become the character of the Nigerian society. For us to change the narrative, we must change our general attitude and behavior. I will come to talk about this further when we talk about state legitimacy and how citizen participation in the due process of selecting leadership and their actions impact on the character of the state in terms of governance and what comes from there. For me, I like to say that what we must do as a matter of priority to address the state of insecurity in the country post 25th of February 2023 will be anchored on what I refer to as a security sector reform. What is security sector reform? In the context of Nigeria's state today, we have extant laws ranging from the constitutional provision to all the other documents, Act of Parliament, executive orders that have been promulgated by government, enunciating how we should do ABC, XYZ to ensure we have a secure, safe environment. But there's a problem. There are conflicting documentations that give multiple responsibilities to different agencies across purposes. So we need to look at all of this. So for me, what I want to say we should do is this, starting with the first line of action, is to establish a National Defense and Security Committee consisting of National Defense Council and the National Security Council with Mr. President as chairman. Integrate the activities of the national intelligence agencies and security agencies by establishing a central reporting intelligence loop under the authority of the chairman or his so designated authority or coordinating minister of national security. Restructure, re-equip, and reorient the Nigerian police. Build a compact, robust, and ready mobile force with rapid response deployment capabilities. In furtherance to that, we need to legislate the establishment of the state police based on community policing principles. Establish a national command and control center, coordination center for the efficient management of actionable intelligence, resource allocation, force deployment, and membership of this should consist of representatives of all security agencies on a need-to-know basis. Establish a strong and intelligent border security network as the fourth line of defense, using robust application of ICT enablers. Recruit, empowerment, and motivation of security agencies. That is, they have to recruit more personnel to fit into the billets. Development of highly skilled manpower, merit-based recruitment process, and mission task-based specialized and professional training across the board to meet our new security challenges. We must also, as a matter of priority, improve the remuneration and welfare package of the security agencies. Develop appropriate national reserve force level capacity as necessary. Initiate a national security awareness campaign through national advocacy campaign to raise national consciousness that security is everybody's responsibility, with the toga of see something, you say something. And of course, we must also at the same time reassure those whistleblowers that they will not be subject to any form of retribution or action that will make them become victims for having been good citizens. Then we have also the need to enthrone citizens' rights. When I'm talking about state legitimacy, I would like to elucidate on that further. Then equally important is the politicization of national security agencies, particularly the military, through a deliberate, transparent, and accountable civil-military relationship policy that is devoid of political interference in military administration, thus ensuring merit-based and professional Nigerian military. Over and above all, there must be cooperation and collaboration of all security agencies to ensure synergy of effort, economy of resources, anchored on trust, sincerity of purpose, and strength of character. We've had in the past where heads of security agencies subject themselves to unhealthy rivalry because of ego and personality conflict. That is not acceptable at that level of command and leadership. So we must have a deliberate effort or structure that will ensure that these people see themselves as holders of trust of the Nigerian state and must do that is necessary to work seamlessly as a group to achieve the broad objective of national security. In all, what I think will happen at the end of the day, by way of strategic end state, is that the broad objective of national security architecture will be based on well-structured security sector reform, aimed at establishing a robust, proactive, and responsive overarching national defense framework that is cohesive, all-inclusive, citizen-centric, anchored on cooperation and sincerity of purpose of all stakeholders, driven by seamless intelligence sharing principles, synergy of effort, and economy of resources that will optimally deliver on our security imperatives within the realms of physical, human, food, environmental, ICT, cultural, and cybersecurity paradigms, leading to a new national rebirth and economic prosperity of our dear nation. This, for me, will form the fundamental basis of post-February 25th, 2023. I will leave the rest when I have
to you.
Yes,
And this is a very important foundation for this conversation. But just piggybacking on part of what you have said and going to the matter of the structure of a security architecture, let me turn to IGP MD Abubakar. I mean, creativity is so important in getting value when resources are limited. And the Nigerian police force, obviously, we look at the resource availability and all of that. Yet, we get this pushback continually on policing as a local function. People have talked about decentralizing the Nigerian police force. You get pushback from people, even though the experience around the world is that policing is effective when it is there at the community level. Even here, one of your predecessors, I think it was Ajit Apabalogu, had a big conference at which I spoke on community policing. On the one hand, we praise community policing, but we reject decentralized policing structures. As I said at that particular conference, I lived in Bloomington, Indiana. The university had its police force, like any police force in the world. Arm carrying, state governor comes to watch a basketball match. He gets a ticket for parking in the wrong place, even though they knew it was the governor's car. Then you go to the city of Bloomington has its police force. Then the county has its own police force. Then state troopers. And all of this. Often given excuses that local policing can be used to abuse opponents. But we know that federal policing, and I don't want to be, but one IG of police, not you, said to a friend of mine that he should, my friend, we are uniform thugs of the party in power. But, taking all of that away, how can we get the benefits of the fact that policing is effective because the woman at the street corner knows the policeman knows her, trusts her, grew up in the community, knows where the problems are, and not a situation where the policeman on post comes from 1,000 miles away, does not know the local norms, who are the thieves in the community. How do we deal with this issue of principle of subsidiarity in policing?
Well, let me, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me start from the very first question you did ask when you said, when can all this change? Because that's important before I come to the question you did ask. We can change all this by good governance. And good governance means good leadership, commitment of the leaders to the people who elected them into power, good criminal justice system that will be fair and just to all at all time, and the issue of security comes to play a very important role, a good plan implemented security system. And you cannot have all these. When we talk about security, I would say good governance and leadership. Leadership not just at government level, even at the level of the security structure itself. Who head the police? Who head the army? Who head the navy? Who head the air force? If you have good leaders, responsible, committed in doing what they are supposed to do, then you get good followership from members of the service. If a leader does not tolerate acts of indiscipline and corruption, those who work under him will understand what that leader stands for. So we can all get all we say today if we have committed leaders who are willing to work for this country and who are willing to change what Nigeria is today to a better Nigeria. Now, going back to the very important question you asked, there is no country of the world that can have the best of security without reforming, restructuring, retraining a good police force. We all envy the United States, Europe, even the United Arab Republic here. If you go to Dubai, these places are all police states. Why are they police states? Because the law is respected. No matter how big you are, no matter who you are, you cannot break the law. And that is to say, you must follow the system. Is it the same in Nigeria? Go out there, you see everybody blowing siren on the road. Go out there, you see everybody carrying mobile police, soldiers, and what have you. When can this stop? And when we're talking about the issue of state police, and I like the example you gave, but Prof, take you back to even in the 80s. Are we having the same challenges we're having now? Why are we not having the same challenges? We were not operating state police. So what brought these challenges? Except we are going to have very responsible, very committed political leadership in this country. And that's why anything can change for good. If you have a state police where you have an irresponsible governor of a state, what do you expect? We are back to square one. So my take, it is possible for us to have state police, but are we matured for the state police now in view of all the challenges we are going through? I'm happy you know today the remuneration of officers and men of the police. And I give you an example. I was Commissioner of Police Lagos here, 2006, 2007. And a friend of mine employed a guard. There's a difference between a security man, a police officer, an army officer, and a guard, and a May guard. An old man who was 6 years old, and this man is 40. He has a wife who's 35 years. He has cars, he has everything, and he employed him as a guard. The armed robbers came to rob the house. The old man was sleeping, they woke him up and gave him a dirty slap. He said, why are you slapping me? He said, where is your master? He said, is that all the way you're slapping me for? Follow me. He went upstairs and showed them where the master is. He knocked the door. And the master said, who is that? He said, it's Baba. But what's the problem? There's a problem. I'm sick. So he opened the door. They grabbed the man, took money, took cars, and went away. And now he ran to me as his friend. Armed robbers robbed my house. This was happened. Do you have a Megad? He said, yes. We brought the Megad, 6-year-old man. Baba, what happened? He said the same story I'm telling you. And for the police job, you are trying to find out what relationship do you have with the man and how you have taken care of the man, because welfare is a key issue. Even between you and your family, isn't it? You take care of your wife, she takes care of you, isn't it? I said, he pays me 5,000 naira. So with 5,000 naira, you expect the man to guide you and guide your property, and you go and sleep, and the man will not sleep. Are you getting the story now? How much do you pay? Look at the condition of barracks, not only of the police, of all our security forces in this country. Is it good enough? And you expect them to go and die, or to go and protect life and property of the citizens of this country, because that is the responsibility of the state. And that's what I wanted us to go back to first. Define what security is. Freedom from what? Threat. And it is the responsibility of the state to provide safety and security of life and property. And that's what drives us to what? Legitimacy of government, which is driven from what? Citizens. So, Prof, this is where the challenges are. our security forces need to be seriously restructured, retrained, reorganized, and redefined to serve a purpose. And why the failures of insecurity? Lack of collaboration, lack of coordination, lack of partnership, lack of team play. Every security agency is doing its job at its different time without putting Nigeria in his own interest. And the purpose is you cannot be in any of these services. The first qualification is for you to be what? A Nigerian first. Every other qualification is secondary. So what is our interest? Nigeria and Nigerians. And except we continue to go back to this, we cannot achieve anything. I'll delve into other issues as time goes on, because most of the speakers have spoken about several of these issues, but I want us to look at the internal security challenges, because this is what is facing us today in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. And that's an issue that we will come back to. But let me move to the legitimacy of the state and the effect of the security situation on the legitimacy of the state. The modern state can only function if the people believe that it exists in their interest. We can see what has happened to some of the cases of state failure on our continent. I mean, Somalia is, of course, the classic example of state failure. Now, Al, you've been listening to various perspectives from agriculture through energy, and we see an environment in which the state is weakened in its performance. A great deal of the blame goes to security. In rebuilding the state, legitimacy of the state is a critical factor. How do the things you have heard today tie into why the state is perceived as more or less legitimate, and what could be done to build state legitimacy? Because it's a vicious, or it's a circle, whether it's vicious or virtuous, the relationship between security of the people, their perception of the state as legitimate, and as it goes around.
You want me to start on that?
Let's say Al, yes.
Just to expand on.
Hello?
Yeah, it's okay.
Just to expand a little bit on my earlier comments. And you can see the theme that ran through it, and the theme that runs through all this is leadership. Leadership at all levels. It starts at the top, where the leader sets the tone. And I'm an old military guy, and perhaps I'm influenced by that culture. But when you're in command, oh yeah, got to hold it up here. Sorry about that. The commander is in command. You're responsible for everything your troops do or fail to do. You're the boss. Now that doesn't mean you're a tyrant, but you're responsible. And that responsibility has to flow down through every organization, whether it's a government, manufacturing, an institute, whatever. I gave the example of Somalia, which was, of course, a failed state. I also lived in Singapore for 4 years. This is the flip side of the story. And what's interesting on development and planning and follow through, Lee Kuan Yew, who was very successful, at one point, after he'd been through the process about 20 years, the country had really taken off, and he was being questioned by some visiting economists, and so forth, about, well, tell me about your master plan that you had that has produced this miracle. And he said, we didn't have a master plan. What we had were goals and objectives that were long-term, and then we responded to situations as they arose. We made decisions based on the best information we had. We tried to implement them. Some were right, some were wrong. Those who were wrong, we adjusted. And I think I'm going to put a lot of development economists out of business with 500-page studies that, sit on the shelf and gather dust. Give me a one-page document that your goals and objectives, and then put the right people in the right positions to lead and make decisions, and you'll get results that you want. You'll get the security decisions you want, you'll get the economic decisions. Everything is integrated. We all agree security is where it all starts, and without it, it ends. One other comment on this morning, I talked about world trends and so forth. There's a dichotomy in these world trends which lead to interdependence on one hand, and to do it at home on the other hand. We saw during the COVID pandemic how vulnerable you were, for example, when transportation stopped. So that's a critical element of security, is how much do you need to retain capabilities here at home? Not that you're negating what's going on in this greater universe, but there's an elusive balance that has to be struck between do it here and rely on outside. One other point on this whole subject of the technology and leaping forward, everybody in this room has a cell phone. Now, you probably never saw a payphone or a T-bar switch, which I grew up with. You have the opportunity to buy into the latest technology because you don't have old technology. That's a real advantage when you start looking at your development process. Anyway,
you're absolutely right. And this balance, the supply chain crisis that COVID set up reminded everybody that an integrated global supply chain system, efficient and cheap as it looked, was actually dangerous. And so people found that they were insecure because something that happens in China makes it impossible for your factory to get inputs. In the United States, elsewhere, it's an opportunity for us all to diversify some. Food security is a classic one. Nigeria has become so import dependent for food because we're inefficient in many areas, and we had some earnings from oil, and so we can just import rice from Thailand, Indonesia, and everywhere. And suddenly the ship could not sail to bring us that rice, and we had a challenge. And so there must be a degree of independence even in an interdependent world. So that balance is a critical security issue. But how do we manage to get that security that we deserve to enable us function effectively when people do not believe that the state exists in their best interest? And that's what the challenge of state legitimacy is. That's why elections are so important, because elections encourage us to go out there and say to the people, are these your problems? I will fix them in this way, in that way. But we have found that elections for a long time in our country have not worked. I mean, I had the privilege of traveling with Mr. Obi to visit with the Secretary of State in Washington, as you know. And one of the things I said in that meeting was, part of our problem in democracy is you here in America. you favor stability over democracy. You come here, you know our elections are a complete mess. But because you don't want Wahala, you say, it's okay. Even though you know the elections were a complete mess and there's no truth to the results that are published. And so, in effect, the state begins to lose legitimacy. The Afrobarometer that was started to measure affect for the democratic process in Africa at the time that we were returning to civilian rule just showed that our democracy was losing relevance in the feelings of the people. And Zoba was alluding to that, and I think that's the thought we should finish. Losing value. Until last year, when the young people suddenly said, enough of this, we want to challenge this system, and everybody began to register to vote. So, we return to IGP Abubakar here. How can the police elevate its own respectability by not being an instrument in election manipulation leading to a delegitimization of the state?
Can you make it independent?
Independent police force. Yes. That's a very important idea. How can we create an independent police force?
There are ways and means you can do that. That is, if it all depends on the leadership of the country. And you know, we're talking about legitimacy of government. Except you have a government that is voted and elected by the people, respected by the people, you cannot have any system that will work right. Am I right?
Yeah.
Whether it is police or army or anybody. Then when that happens, it depends on the quality of leadership of the police force. Because there are individuals, when you know you give instructions that are not right, they will not do the instructions. Yeah. I would rather want to leave than to do what is wrong. But if you do things the way they are not supposed to be done, and the person who is supposed to be appointed is not appointed, and you put those who you want to put for obvious reasons, what do you expect? Garbage in is what? Garbage out. This is where this is where the question is. And you have to go back to look at the qualities and procedures of producing leadership, not only in the police, and being particular, not only in the police, because it is a system that has to work together. Then look at the manpower need of our security services in this country.
Yeah, I was going to raise as an issue.
I won't want you to go there because I know it's an important issue for us.
Yeah,
we are Egypt, as far back as 1996 or 2000, has 6 million policemen. They were then under what, 60 million. Now Egypt is about maybe 100 million.
100 million.
Even if they have 6 million police, it's good enough. You have less than 400,000 policemen in Nigeria.
Half of who are guarding big men.
To police, we are coming to numbers now. We're talking about numbers. To police 200 million people. Now, out of these 400,000 policemen, look at the number. Governor of a state. Right? Are we calculating? Senators and members of House of Rep. Then companies, whether entitled or not entitled, and persons who are not even entitled to security. And to make matter worse, you even see that soldiers are attached to people who ordinarily should not have nobody. Soldiers are supposed to be what? They are waiting to assist the police in their civil responsibility where the need arises. But where they need them now, even to function at their own duties, they cannot even perform because the number is small. And that's what we call wastages. Aside from retirement, people are dying daily. There are accidental issues that take them out of the system. Some are incapacitated for one reason or the other. So invariably, if you look at the number 400,000 with all this we calculated, what is left to give safety and security to every citizen of this country that deserve to be secured? The number is nowhere to be found.
Okay, well, thank you. I know time is running away from us. I'll return to this issue to Admiral Lizoba. You already spoke to it. The legitimacy of a state through elections and the like. How do citizens ensure that their institutions work for them? I mean, institutions, obviously, we are all now properly educated to the peg, the anchor of human progress. Whether it's the historians writing about it, or it is the economists writing about it, institutions are central to progress. And those institutions evolve out of the interested engagement of citizens. How can we ensure that our institutions help us elect people we can hold accountable and the state's legitimacy rise as a result?
Interestingly, it's become a recurring decimal when we talk about leadership. I agree entirely with other speakers who have advocated that leadership permeates all strata. But again, like I always believe, for me, there is the more important aspect of the totality of the process, and that is the followership, the critical mass. They have a moral responsibility, just as the leadership also has a moral responsibility to lead. If you are a leader and you have bad followers out of their personal conduct and character, you will find it very difficult to lead. To me, therefore, I like to establish a relationship between what I call citizens' right and civil responsibility of citizens. What is a right? A legally protected interest. You're quick to go to court to defend your fundamental human right when you feel that it's been infringed upon. But have you sat down to ask yourself, what are my civic responsibilities to the state that will ensure that leadership permeates and of course we get the desired outcome? It's not enough to just sit down and criticize. Meanwhile, the enormity of the responsibility of the citizens, which is what will help to build the state, is neglected by the citizens themselves. I'd like to highlight a few of what I consider as those citizen rights. For instance, you have the right to preserve our core values, our moral commitments and norms. A society that is morally bankrupt will not sit down and expect a good leader to come out of that process, because that leader is a fundamental outcome of that society. All right? We have a right to protect public goods and services. A society where government with limited resources have been able to build bridges, infrastructure, schools, and then we wake up in the morning and citizens are going to destroy it at the slightest provocation, in some cases without any provocation. And yet you sit down and say the leadership and the government is bad. We have a right, we have a responsibility to sustain and substantiate those rights. So my call is to say, again, participation in political process and governance. Thank God this time around we have the youths in their numbers getting to the call to be part of the political process. But again, like I said before, the character of the society. I recall before now, when we talk about today, we say, oh, there is no effort to make the youths participate in government. And I'm quick to say no. Let's go back to 1999. Whether we like it or not, but it's true. In 1999, half of the governors in the states were under 40. Yes, in this country. Most of the ministers at that time were under 40. And one would have expected that those opportunities would have been leveraged upon to build and develop capacity in the act of governance so that they will fill the space moving forward. But that didn't happen. It's a gospel truth. So it's the character of the society itself that needs to be addressed. We all have a collective responsibility to change the narrative if we do our own bits. And it brings me back to the issue of discipline. We're talking about Singapore. I have been to Singapore several times. One of the core character of the Singaporean society is discipline. The citizens are disciplined to the point where they adhere to the rule of law. Strict observance to the rule of law. Code of conduct. Behavior. These are things that define human existence. And once you lose it, then you've lost the moral compass to become an egalitarian society. So we have to go back to the drawing board. In this same country, many years ago, some might not like that recall of history. We had war against indiscipline. Nigerians were panicated into shape, and this country was beginning to align so that we can begin to understand the tenets of our responsibilities as citizens vis-a-vis leadership. But we lost that at some point, and we went back to where we were before. So for the new Nigeria to evolve, there must be a concerted effort to ensure that citizens' participation is encapsulated in the discipline of the society, the moral consciousness that we've lost, we must get all of those back, and then character must be definitive with sense of purpose and sincerity. This is my take. Until that is done, we'll continue to wallow in ignorance.
Oh, thank you. There's no question that they come together. At the center that is responsible for this meeting, it's called the Center for Values in Leadership. That evolved from a certain sense that there are a number of things that lead to human progress, but amongst the two most important, culture, that is values, institutions. In my own framework for looking at human progress, I have a number of interacting, interdependent variables: policy choices, institutions, human capital, entrepreneurship, culture, leadership. Leadership example, clearly you see every time the power of leadership example. Lee Kuan Yew's story was about personal example. But somehow popular culture sneers at good personal example. Peter Obi was here earlier in the morning. You saw him, the way he walked in all by himself. But the people who sneer at it, I remember when he was governor, he called me one day. He was in Abuja. He was walking through the airport, carrying his briefcase, just walking by himself. And somebody came to him and said, you are spoiling this business of governor. Look at you walking like an orphan, a whole governor. So we don't show enough of that personal example as leaders. If you go out there, somebody's going to run the traffic, it's a big man who is doing it. Everybody's going orderly until one big man does the wrong thing and everybody else then follows the big man. Still on this, and this will be the final and closing, so much to talk about, but time is gone and we need to end. I return to General Agbola on the Ayola. This has happened several times. General Ayola on this issue of the legitimacy of a state. Leadership example helps build state legitimacy. And we see that our state is suffering the erosion of legitimacy. How should we evaluate character and its place, an example in building legitimacy for the state so that it can act more effectively using that legitimacy as currency to get this done?
Thank you very much. Let me lean on the contributions from the former IG and my boss here, Admiral Ezeoba. Again, it brings us to the point that as a people, that sometimes we put some things in some of our documents and we don't even know that they are there. Section 23 of the current Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Section 23 says, national ethics shall be discipline, integrity, dignity of labor, social justice, self-reliance, religious tolerance, and patriotism. 7 fantastic values. I've never had any leader mention this since before this new democracy and after it to now. I've never had any of our leaders say a word about that section. It's either that those who crafted the Constitution imported it somewhere. You know, cut and paste happens a lot of time when you do committee work. Most of us here, we know that. We have done committee works before. You know, you do a lot of cut and paste. But the point I'm making here is, as a people, it appears we love the way our lives are. We like it like this because it has not come to the point when we feel we are tired of this style of living or this way we've been going. Because if things that are provisions that are made in our own constitution, we have not pushed the leaders to say, look, this is what the constitution says about this, and this is what you must do. Because leadership here so far, the way it has turned out, is just for people to expand their tentacles, economic tentacles, influential tentacles. It's not about serving anybody. I mean, I'm sure we all know that by now. It's not about serving anybody. It's simply expansion of their own tentacles. And that's why it has become what my brother Dele Farotimi calls state capture. You know, it has become state capture, where the people who have captured the state and captured power are just using it the way they like, without recourse to us. Now, let me quickly run through this. It will take me less than 2-3 minutes. When we talk of state legitimacy, you know, I jotted some things here, and I think it will take us to see the transition from the state of nature to the current civilization, the modern civilization. Is that transition, okay? And of course, one person that is very popular about this is Thomas Hobbes, who talked in that is book Leviathan. He said that the state of nature was one in which there were no enforceable criteria of right and wrong. People took to themselves all they could, and human life was solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. That was the state of nature. And that was what created the need for the creation of state. Because at that time, it was a survival of the fittest. So if you were strong enough to wield everything to yourself, the rest of us can just go away grumbling. That's all we could do. But the creation of state is to now say, look, instead of allowing people who are strong to take all they could, why not create a body called a state that we all submit our sovereignty to, and then it will now safeguard all of us. That's the idea of state creation. And of course, people like John Locke, Ginger Crusoe. These were the experts who contributed so much, what we call modern day democracy. Now, so it then means that the issue of state legitimacy come to be when that trust that made us as the people to submit our sovereignty to the state, when that trust is no longer sustainable or is in question, then state legitimacy also is in question. Of course, the issue of responsibility of individual members of the state will come to focus. The clear-cut issue of responsibility of leaders will come to focus. Now, but going away from that, from the issue of social contract and all of that, Section 14 of our Constitution, 14(2)(b), which I've had, I think this Senator Naaba, he quotes it a whole lot of time, that says that the security and welfare of the people shall be the primary purpose of government. Okay? Now, if we follow all this, then, with all that we have said here today, it then means that one of the key performance indicators of any government or any state will be the state of security. What that then means that if a government has failed on the security front, you can actually mark that government off to say it has no basis for continued existence or legitimacy of remaining in power. That's what it means. It's as serious as that. But that does not happen when the citizens do nothing. That only happens when citizens put their leaders on their toes. Not when leaders get fatter and younger and shining and the people are drying up. That's what we have here. Check any of your leaders who were there for any time. They are looking better than they were when they got in there. Have you noticed that? Am I right? Yeah. Because now they can go abroad on medical tests, all not with their own money. It's sweeter when you're not the one, when money is not coming from your pocket. I don't know if you have gone through that before. Young people, I'm sure, if somebody tells you he wants to take you to Dubai for 1 week vacation and say you are not to pay anything at all. Wow, you will jump at it, isn't it? Yeah. So again, that's a wake-up call to us as the people. We must put our leaders on their toes. We must put pressure on them to do what they are promised to do, to perform. I mean, how do you explain this government came in 2015? 3 major things they spoke about that they will do: security, corruption, and economy. And they are in their lowest ebb. Since I was born, in the last 50 years that I've been watching this nation closely as a boy soldier from the military school. Anyway, my boss is here. General Gomudia is also a product of the Nigerian Military School. Please, you have to clap for him for me, because we have too many things in common, apart from being ex-boys. He's also a signal officer, I'm sure you know that. And I'm a signal officer too. I actually was his military assistant when he was Chief of Army Staff. Now, but you see, I make reference to all that for you to know that we've been following this for a long time. And I know how Nigeria got here. The transition, that there was a time when we went to military school, the commandant of the school announced the result right there and there as you finish the interview. There was no tampering with the result from anywhere. Right there and there, you are giving your admission letter. So you didn't have to run around, get a letter from a senator or anything. It won't work. Right there and there. You finish it because you go to Zaria to do the interview for 2 weeks. As you are finishing, you are told you are passed, and you are giving your letter, and you are giving train warrant to take you back and bring you when you are coming to resume. So this nation has worked in some areas before. That's the point I'm making. But we have actually run down everything. Even some of those things that were working before, it was as if they were for teachers. So to just run it up, the point here is we got to start from the scratch. The fundamental, foundational things must be done. We don't have a nation yet. Let's craft a nation out of this multinational, ethnic, multinational country that we have. And let's start with this section 23 of the Constitution. Let's make it our shared core values. Let it be sung in our rhyme, as rhymes in our kindergarten, nursery school, primary school, up to the level of university. Let them be turned into songs, into rhymes. Let Nollywood make some films around that. Let's begin. Look, mobilizing the people starts with indoctrination. Indoctrination. The power of indoctrination cannot be trivialized. And when we do all this, then we are beginning to build a nation. May God help us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, that brings this section to a close, but let me just summarize by saying that it is clear that we have a duty as citizens, and that duty is to remind ourselves of what democracy really means. The German philosopher Jürgen Habermas, the philosopher of the public sphere, says it's simply about rational public conversation that informs the choices that we make. It's only in Nigeria that the government, as General Ayola pointed out, that failed woefully on its 3 cardinal points. Can actually be trying to run and hope to get elected or something like that. And the fault is that of the citizens. We must remind ourselves that the reason Ghana was way ahead of Nigeria on the failed states index for a long time was because Ghana removed governments that did not perform at election time and replaced them. State capture seems to allow people who get to power to pauperize the people and use poverty, weaponize poverty, and use it to bring themselves back. And Nigerians are the only ones who can say enough, and the country will change for good. I want to thank you for your time and for these wonderful moments we've spent together. Thank the panelists.
Thank you very much, everyone. Please stand for a group photograph, and I'd like to invite General Ogumudia to please join us on the stage for a group photograph. General, like you, I'm an ex-boy. I attended Command Secondary School. Now, soldier train all of us now. Okay. And General Ayola said that indoctrination is part of how you get the people to change their ways. And you said that Nollywood is critical to making these things happen. And Peter Obi was recently described as a Nollywood actor. So I'm sure that, and he has accepted that he's a Nollywood actor. So I'm sure that under his leadership of Nigeria, such things will begin to happen. How many of us have seen the movie Peter Obi by Yul Edochie? How many of us have seen it? Chineke, you have seen it, David? Peter Obi. How many of us know that there's a difference between Peter Obi and Peter Obi? You know, Peter Obi is P-I-T-O-B-I. That's Peter Obi. And then there's Peter Obi. There's a difference. All right, thank you. I'd like to invite TK for the second musical interlude. Can TK please come up now for the second musical interlude? And I'd ask Prof to please remain for the cutting of his birthday cake. All right, so Prof is also going to, TK, please go ahead quickly. Please turn on TK's mic, please.
Oh.
Can we all stand?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Let's sing it together, please. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. May the good Lord bless you. May the good Lord bless you. May the good Lord bless you, dear brother. May the good Lord bless you. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. And so say Allah. Thank you very happy birthday, bro.
All right, General Ogumujia, please join us. Mr. Valentine Ozigbo, please join us for a group photograph. MD Abubakar, IGP, please join us. General Vice Admiral Dele Ezioba, please join us after that selfie. General Ayola, please join us. We'd like to have just the speakers first. The children can excuse their daddy and mommy now. Can we have our speakers, please? When we celebrate, we pop champagne, and the former MD of Transcorp and former Anambra State Guba candidate pops. Happy birthday once again, Prof. Please, photographers, you can do this. Colonel Shorts, please come and stand where you can be tall. Colonel Shorts. All right, quickly, face that. Good. Sorry. Sir. All right, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Can I please have staff of CVL? Staff of CVL, please come up to join Prof and Prof Utomi. Staff of CVL, members of staff of CVL, it's your turn. Yes. After members of staff of CVL, we'll have Prof's political associates. After that, CVL, are we done? You people should hurry up now. Take position. It doesn't take that long. I don't know. Yeah, how are you doing, Jeff? All right, members of staff of CVL. At the count of 3, CVL, thank you very much. Can we now have CVL alumni? CVL alumni, please join them. CVL alumni, please join. Please, can we take the pictures and leave the pleasantries till later? CVL alumni, thank you very much. Thank you. All right, CVL alumni, you can excuse now. You can excuse now, CVL alumni. Can we have his political associates of Professor Otomi? And can we have students from the different schools? So you come one after the other. Those in blue with the wine-colored tie, you will come first. And then those in the green check, you come next. So those of you in blue, you can start coming up now. All right, thank you, political associates. Your time is up. Your time is up. Political associates, you can go to your seats. It's now the turn of the students. I want look on. Political associates, on our own, no, they do. Politics is over. Let's call the leaders of tomorrow. How are you, sir? Thank you, sir. Good to see you. I saw you. Have I? Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I used to hear you a long time. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, I remember. Okay. All right, can all the children please come up stage now? All the students, just come and take your place. Don't wait for the leaders or the elders. They will never give way to you. You know the way they are. The old generation never wants to give an opportunity for the new generation. Just come and push them away. You know you are the coconut head generation. No, you are Gen. Just come. All right, you guys, it's enough now. Please, let's have only the students of the schools. Only the students, please. Only the students. Only the students. Make sure you are sure, come and stand in front, please. Sorry, those of you on that side, please, can you please excuse us? Mr. Johnson, please, let's give the children an opportunity. Your own time is coming, please. Please, let's allow the children to be on that side, please. Please, can we allow the children, please? All right, the next school, please start coming now. It's your turn. Thank you. You please go this way. Go this way, go this way. Please exit through this place so that... So when you come up stage, you're going to exit this way, okay? All right, thank you very much. The next school, please be on standby, Honeyville. All right, so when you're done, you're going to exit this way, okay? Children, what's the name of this school? Olat. Dorcas, students of Dorcas Memorial Secondary School in Washington. They just arrived this morning to celebrate with Prof. And they are going back to Washington today. Am I correct? They came with Cornell shorts. All right. Thank you very much. Dorcas, you can go this way, please. The final school, can we please have you? The students of Honeyville, please hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Walk faster, run, jog, please, quickly. All right, Honeyville. All right, thank you very much. Thank you. Isioma Otumi, please come to move the vote of thanks, and we all can take our leave after that. Isioma Otumi, please come to move the vote of thanks, and that's the final photograph. Thank you very much, General Alexander Ogumudia. We appreciate you. Thank you very much, Mr. Valentine Ozigbo. Thank you very much, General Henry Ayola. Thank you, former Inspector General of Police, MD Abubakar. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Sagagi of the Dangote Business School. All right, please go ahead and move the vote.
Thank you so much for being here. We would like to appreciate all the participants at this event. We appreciate your patience, we appreciate your time. We are very grateful to our keynote speaker, Colonel Short. We thank you for everything you have contributed to this occasion. Thank you to all our speakers and panelists. We're especially grateful to our sponsors, LNNG, Muson Center, St. Nicholas Hospital, Nigerian Breweries, and Chisco Motors. We appreciate your time and your efforts and your support throughout this event, and we hope you have a safe journey home. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You have been a wonderful audience. Put your hands together for yourselves, all the students who have spent the first period, the second period, the third period, the fourth period, break time, and the closing period with us today. We do not take it for granted. You indeed are the leaders of today. You're not the leaders of tomorrow. Wish you a safe journey back to your schools. Those of you going to Ajegunle, those of you going to Washington, and those of you going to wherever you have come from. Those Washington, okay, you're the one. All right. Thank you very much. Bye, everybody. Can we have music as we go? Please, can we have beneficiaries of the Severe Widows Support Initiative? Beneficiaries of the Severe Widows Support Initiative. Oga, are you a widow? Please leave the place. Thank you. If you are not a widow, leave the place. Okay, widowers, leave. All right, thank you very much. You can take your leave now. Please, can we have widows? All right, thank you, widows. Okay, photographers.